You're not sorry. Don't apologize for something you're not sorry for. Lamau. Why am I getting hype trains? That is not a hype train. Nani the fuck, Twitch. Why are auto trains on? I turned those off yesterday. I don't want your goddamn automatic hype trains to come on. Oh, I see what it is. I see the thing that I need to trick. High engagement moments. Hype trains start if we detect higher than usual channel activity, respecting your cooldown selection. Why? Why would you do that? No, it's not AI slop. These are settings that Twitch has had for a while. They've just redone a lot of the UI. And when they redo a lot of the UI, sometimes things get flopped on. This is your fault? Yes, you should leave. Stop apologizing. And change the subject. Go do your math exam. You were just saying that.
No, 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 no! No! No!
Mr. Destructoids in chat, please rise up. No, this is an AI slop. I mean, if it was AI slop, I would be saying that. This is settings that Twitch has had for a long time. They've just redone their what's it called? Dashboard. And they've had this setting for a while, which is Hype Train Autopilot. It's been around almost as long as Hype Trains, which is just like, basically, if you haven't had a hype train in a while, it'll automatically like adjust the settings to make hype trains easier to start. But there's this other thing that I haven't noticed before, which is high engagement moments, which is basically just like if there's a sudden increase in chat activity, which I guess there was, then it just starts a hype train for no reason. But like, I don't know. It needs 3 subscriptions to level up or 1,500 bits. But like, why? I don't know. To me, hype trains only make sense if multiple people throw money into the chat, which is the setting I had on before, which it should be back to now. I'm not allowed to collect monsters and release them into the battlefield, Simple Shepherd. Didn't you know that Nintendo has the exclusive patent for that now? Which is fucked, by the way. Which is fucked. Whoa! Suited. Thanks for the 9? Oh, is that just to get you specifically to 400? Thanks for the 9 gift subs. Appreciate you, man. You just doubled today's revenue. Monsters generate randomly, yes. Although I would say dragons are probably the scariest, but also not the scariest. They're not scary at all if you know how to deal with them. They're scariest if you don't know how to deal with them. Now they're 20 and you can't gift anymore? Then how else are you going to get to 6-9? Or 666? Or 4,269? Tisk. All right, I'm gonna click this button. Dragons versus ducks?
Cheered. X500. No brakes on the hate train.
Oof. That's grim. Thanks for the $5, but I don't know about that message. A little bit of dissonance there. Some migrants recently arrived despite the danger. This fortress has become kind of chaotic. Don't mind all the werebears. I think they're all locked down. It's become kind of chaotic in that there's been a surge in thieves. We just got our first migrant wave in like a year and a half or so. And then we just got a second one. So I'm very happy that migrants have begun again. We have quite a few squads, and we are actively at war with this faction down here. Now, this faction down here is partially owned by me. All of these pink locations are owned by me. But all of these blue locations are being retaken by my faction, who's over here. Now, this area was a dwarven faction, and it got completely taken over by a necromancer tower, which was there. I destroyed it, called Brass Inks, I think is the name of the faction. Yes, the Brass Inks. So I'm going through and trying to finish exterminating this, and then we're going to move up to here where there's another necromancer tower / faction, which is the Squids of Constructing. There's also this goblin faction over here who's actively at war with my home faction. As you can see, if I click on news and rumors, all of these different invasion lines are leading into my home faction, where all the fortresses, mountain homes are. So some of them they've taken over, such as this one, which was actually conquered by the goblins. And so I'm trying to fend off this area and this area. We've kind of become Helm's Deep for a little bit, with the end goal of becoming the entertainment capital of the world. Speaking of that, we only need one more subscription to level up the hype train, or $4 in bits. This is a crowdfunded channel. I do make all of my money from people who throw money at people, at people who generously throw money at me. There we go. On the YouTube side of things, if you want to support the channel, you could leave a like. Liking the stream is a good way to do that. But if you happen to have a Prime sub, you could level up a hype train right now. I'm just saying. And on the Twitch side of things, just thank you for tuning in. Of course, we do stream on 2 platforms, but I do prefer if you watch on Twitch, because that is where I do the majority of my chat reading, because the chat over here is much busier generally. Can we see the criminal page on the Justice? What? Convicts? Intelligence?
Torley cheered. X500. Sorry about the hate train joke. I found it funny because of the previous discussion.
Oh, it's fine. I was just responding to it. It's not like it's just kind of one of those oof things. Not really a necessarily I'm upset with you for it or anything. All aboard the freight train. Fright Nights is real. Nugget Agent, thanks for the Prime sub. Tony Cheese 2049, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. These are all of the different criminal organizations, or the different plots, and all of their organizations. We have some, like, fully formed trees at this point. And some of them are dead. So, we've got actors. And all of my interrogations. Dwarves like potato pants for their edible tubers. Yes, they do. We've got dwarves that are simulating instruments. Just want to see what they're playing. Only Time Knows is an example of the flowery lutes. The work has no particular subject, and for lyrics, the composer has selected the sun sets on stance. Composition is not awful, but not very good either. Hopefully it's better than the Shags. In the fortress, we've got Zoestra, Nut Dealer, Blazon, Snail, Bone Doll, Stone, Dimma de Wild, Wolf, some otters, Goober, Amethyst, Raging Cave, Zoestra, Darut, Kronos, Tiny, Clockwork Dragon, Philly, Dwarf Lobster, Esfan, Enter Bunny, Eye Lady, and Moreb, Elith, Potpourri, Bootlegger, and Darius, as well as Sotnor, this guy, Asylum, Stonecoat, Judosi, De Gasperi, Burton, Caesardes, Dulcan, Mukau, Jerry the World Eater, Gig, the mayor, Romanoid, Ankh, Dr. Silk, Fool Joss, who actually had to go to prison even though they were my captain of the guard for committing crime. Anyway, Bagged Moisture, Cricket, Tom the Turkey, Turnpike, Greza, and Lanix, as well as Bismuth 83, Arga, Schmitty Scent, Napalm Sideburns, Die Bust, and Sergeant Donut. I'm trying to read that without any edict, of course. I definitely would have gotten that name out of that. And Pilot, Hubert, Lightning Roger, self-titled Dulcan Jr., and Neezer. We also have Frank and Kobold, who's, you know, just out there. Apparently can be trained. Which I didn't realize. A woodcutter. Which one want you? If you select the one without the axe, I'll give them an axe. Can you make a Thieves Guild in DF? No. Actually, rather, yes, you can. It's called a tavern. A devilish potat. Thank you much for the hype train chat with 11 subscriptions and 1100 bits. I'm still annoyed that hype train started, but oh well. Satisfied at work and giddy after watching a performance. There you go. Bored after watching a performance. Bitter after not watching a performance, but getting into an argument. And had a pretty decent meal, which made her content. She feels she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She likes to brawl, though she is disturbed by this, since she values quiet, at least in the abstract. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She is cheerful, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she runs her fingers through her hair when she's bored. And she stiffens up when she's surprised, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, thinks that introspection is valueless and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. She likes native gold and black bronze and ruby and guinea fowls for their social nature, and the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sound of the iron of mines and the sight of the heliotrope festival, and when possible prefers to consume giant black bear and blood amaranth beer and absolutely hates large roaches. We all value the concept of quiet in the abstract. So you were married to a miner who got frozen to death in a block of ice. Quiet. Sorry, never mind. You weren't married. You had a son who was a miner who got frozen in a block of ice. Quiet. You weren't married. I misread that. You did have a lover, though, and who doesn't live here. May or may not be dead. I don't know. At some point, you had another lover? Yeah. And you got a bronze battle axe. The Holy Crusade against the Necrolords continues. Sure. So recently I was building a one of these. You know, just a perfectly normal lava forge. And I kind of sort of maybe accidentally flooded it a wee bit. Yeah, it wasn't intentional, but I did flood it a little bit. So I'm going to actually, like, tell the dwarves to go up to here and drain it. Is something I'm going to do. something I'm going to do. Although, actually, can they even get to that? Yeah, they can. Another, oops. Yeah, well. But then where's the caveman? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, where's the caveman? Too much hot soup? Yeah. Should just be able to do that, actually. Short as the Spear Master has bestowed a name upon a spear. Do I have any strange moods? No. The frame rate comes and goes periodically in this. Why is there a necromancer right here? Lanix is leading a biting demonstration? Excellent. Too much neck, not enough romance. Also, chat, in a couple hours, my stream team's game jam will be starting. Links are in the Discord. Otherwise, I can get you links directly if you'd like. Who are you? You're a beast hunter necromancer. You're not armed, so I refuse to believe that you're a beast hunter. More like a beast creator. Now, have you committed any crimes? Aha! You have. I don't know what your crime was, but I shall double check. While they're lying about who they are, I had to have an agent Colorbeard. They met with Lytast and offered him immortality. Lytast, grouped lens. That's a hard thing to say. Could not accept the uncertainty of following death and agreed valuing the law. Aha! Aha. Captain Lanix, you may have to go interrogate somebody. After you either beat the shit out of or arrest this necromancer. 50 hammer strikes, eh? Is that it? Well, okay. Let's go interrogate Lytast. Necromancers don't have a guild. Those are cave dragons? Yes. Accurate statement. If that's where your brain goes, I think you're the problem, YouTube chatter. Whose username I can't pronounce. Only 50? Wait, what? Devilish? Oh, I've maybe seen 1 or 2 episodes of Scooby-Doo in full. Hand of Fate, so way over my head. I also need to deal with livestock. I've got geese and shit running around everywhere. I'm also gonna throw that. Wait, hold on. I was like, did you just interrogate somebody while they were sleeping? No, they weren't sleeping yet. They're going to go sleep. Subject complied, no new information was implicated. Let's go to cold cases. See if there's anything else I'm missing in here. Because there's a lot of people through here that I need to arrest. At some point, but I need them to pop up. Like Irvad. Didn't you pop up? You may have come back, but certainly not recently. That one, Jesus. If someone keeps talking and admits to a crime, is that enough for a conviction? Oh, yeah. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have judges. They just kind of... Oh, you're a criminal? Yeah, okay, here, have crime. That's basically it. Also just gonna throw those two into here. Also gonna open this up again. I'm also gonna go back over here to where my lava is. Right here. Just let that drain out on this side so that it'll stop bubbling up and into here quicker, and just drain this. Because once this is drained, then I can just put a wall back in here and it's not going to be an issue. Began accepting bribes in exchange for leniency as captain of the guard. Wait, hold on a second. The oily menace of adventuring as an alias in the past. Oh, that was before I even started this fortress. That's funny. Does that let me arrest you? The kind of funny thing is, like, we just learned that some otters has used an alias in the past, and previously, in a previous fortress, was accepting bribes. So that's always fun. Look at some otters over here accepting bribes in exchange for leniency in times of crisis. Up to skillfully trained, but one of them still randomly attacks people. Is this normal? What kind of animal is it? Does it say that they're agitated? I would just chain them up, and if you have a breeding pair, wait until they make babies. Because the babies shouldn't do that. P13 subject, an unidentified creature corrupted the subject in order to have an agent in Colorbeard. They plotted to steal Dung Route, which they did. Question is... did have mass in the fort at one point. Also that, are they housed in a very small thing? If they're agitated initially, I would just keep them chained up until they make babies, because the babies won't be agitated. Agitated has some weird effects on trained animals. But yeah, if they're stuck in a very small space, they will attack each other, and sometimes other things as well, even once trained. But yeah, if they still have the agitated tag, I would just leave them chained until they make babies. Have we only just started? Yep. I don't want to talk about it. It's a very weird system, Nutty. Like, it's a good system, but it's a very... The justice system is one of those mechanics where it really feels like Tarn developed half of it and then stopped. And it's one of those systems where it kind of really shows. But yeah, when it comes to training agitated animals, I try and just get a breeding pair, Tebe, and then just breed them. I'll be honest with you, I'm not actually sure what a two-legged rhino lizard is. I don't think I've seen that in this version. But yeah, as far as the justice system goes, you only ever really need the basics. You only ever really need the basics. Okay, so this is all clearing out pretty quick. And down in here, I may actually just seal that off. Because I could just dig that out, deconstruct these 3 walls, and then just drop it from up here. Yeah, I think I'll try and do that. Because you couldn't find your USB stick? I mean, hey, whatever works, as long as you can boot from it. That's not this dwarf either. They've all complied. Well, it's good training at the very least. Also, I will state, it is a legitimate strategy to train your captain of the guard to just get them to interrogate a bunch of livestock. That is absolutely a legitimate strategy. In case you didn't know, a very legitimate way to train your captain of the guard in interrogating is just simply get him to interrogate a bunch of cats. Okay, let's just go to corpses real quick. And corpses. Oh, this one is forbidden. Is it just a body part, maybe? Oh, there it is. I mean, I'll have you know, it's been a long time since I've lived with a cat, but I've spent many hours interrogating every cat that I've ever lived with, so I can confirm it's good practice. And I mean that sincerely. Because as you can tell, I have so much experience in interrogating cats. Let's open this. It's in your mouth, you to every cat I've had to... It's like, you're either talking about a cat or a 2-year-old. One of the two. Okay, so... Just gonna test something real quick. No, just some abysses. It's just some ravens out in the abyss. They appear to have lost some dwarves in the last few fights, but they also appear to have... Hold on. Nope. No, they didn't. It looked like they came back for a second, but I think one of them did. Shortast seems to have. Okay. Let's get all these dwarves training, which they should be. Also gonna go back up to the top here. Cool. Everybody's set to train. I'm gonna keep deconstructing these drawbridges because the construction of the arena is slow and steady. Slow and steady. Ever slow, but consistent and steady. Dwarf Fortress is the only Dwarf Fortress game says Dwarf was able. I don't know. That to me that seems like the sort of thing that would happen in Ellen, or actually even more so Caves of Cud. I don't know. I don't think that's entirely. I'd be willing to bet there is another game that exists where you can train speech stats by interrogating livestock. That has to be a thing. There's no way Dwarf Fortress is the only game that has that quirk. I refuse to believe that. Like, genuinely, I kind of refuse to believe that. Also, instead of doing that, I'm just gonna run in here and build a block on top of that. Why don't I just take this out? It's gonna take them a little bit to get there, but... yeah, I also don't even need to do this. In The Sims, kids can build speech skills by talking to dolls and teddy bears. There you go, see? Where's the catnip stockpile? Yeah, I've wondered that my whole life. Where does all this catnip keep coming from? Why is it okay for cats to have drugs, but not me? Also, I don't want to use this color. Let's just stick to the limestone. Make it a little bit more consistent. This will also speed up the in and outs. You have a big catnip bush? Do you ever have problems with random cats showing up at your house that aren't yours? Or is that part of the appeal of having a catnip bush? Here come the dwarfs. There's only one spot left I gotta work on, which is right here. And there are a couple of outdoor cats too. Ah, so they're good at saying... They're good dare students, is what we're saying. Just say no. Just say no to suited giraffes. Herb. They seem like smart cats. Because they seem to know what's good for them. You mostly have it because bumblebees can fuck with it? Bumblebees like catnip? I was unaware that catnip even flowered, but shows how much I know about catnip. One of the weirdest things I ever had to grow was one of my neighbors in my old building asked if I could grow her a square of grass for her dog. And she kept it on her patio, and I did, and then it died in like 6 weeks because she didn't water it enough, and I felt kind of dumb. And to me, catnip just kind of looks like grass, so thus I have very little interest in trying to grow it. Make lots of little flowers? Oh, so it's like... So it's kind of like growing a green onion, or many of the other herbs out there. Dwarf is going to sleep through this whole process and eventually get stuck in here. You just watch. I'm just going to replace the whole thing with limestone. I'm just going to do that. Just going to replace the whole thing with limestone. There's some herb that is bad for cats. And now I'm trying to remember what it is. It's not mint, though. I thought that... so Benjamin in YouTube chat says, isn't catnip a mint? I was always under the impression that catnip was a lemongrass, not a mint. But... I've also never grown mint. Or I've never grown catnip. But I have grown mint, so... Dyer has been taken by a Feymood. Intriguing. Well, this whole area is getting a lot more unfucked now, which is lovely. We're now smelting a whole shit ton of lemonite because I can do it without having to make charcoal anymore, which is lovely. And my dwarf has gone into a Feymood and claimed a clothes shop and is grabbing cloth, and probably more cloth. Pot is killer for cats. I mean, the plant or like the act of smoking around your cats? Because I know that smoking around your cats is horrible for cats. Okay, so I'm going to make a lava geyser because it's easy and fun. And I have all of this stuff right in front of me right now to do it. Yeah, we're going to do that. So if I go right here, go down to here, go over to here, go to there, and maybe one further down. Then go all the way to here, and all the way to here. Just need to figure out where I want to put it. Maybe like right here. Let's go all the way over to there. Garlic is a no-no for cats. That one I knew. That one I did know. So essentially, what this will do is it will eject all of the lava that sits down in here onto the surface. So let's just go up to the top here, which is basically like right there. Then go back up to here. I mean, most of my tropical houseplants are toxic to cats, so I just kind of assume that everything I grow will kill a cat if put in the wrong position. So, you know, just kind of have to be cautious with such things. Okay, then the last thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to just place a bunch of bricks right here. And also go around the back of this. We'll start filling this out. Although that is now sealed off and they can't get to it. And I feel kind of silly. Same with this up here. That seems way too much money. Seems like way too much money. It's actually kind of terrifying how expensive that is bioactive. Well, hopefully you're able to find a healthy balance, Conan, in YouTube chat. And if that's a cry for help, I hope you get help. Anyways, chat. On the topic of cats, this fortress has quite a lot of cats. I very rarely allow so many cats in my fortress, but for some reason this time I decided to be cat-friendly, which is why we have this dwarf. This is Burton. This is my cat lady, or slowly becoming my cat lady. Burton has been adopted by 5 cats at this point. So if Burton ever dies, we're in trouble. It's not the most cats I've seen adopt a dwarf. I once had a dwarf that was adopted by about 25 cats. Anyway, sad story, but that dwarf drowned. And after that dwarf drowned, all of its cats just kind of hung around where the dwarf drowned for the rest of that fort. They just kind of hung around in that one area. And I kind of felt bad. It's definitely cat lady territory. Oh, it's definitely getting there. Yeah, that's why Burton's nicknamed the cat lady. Would the cats follow a ghost? Probably not. I don't think so. I've never seen that. So, like, I've seen dwarves that have had pets that have died and that the pets don't follow the ghost, so I presume no. But that's an assumption. I mean, maybe. This game's surprised me many times before, and will likely surprise me again. Gitto. Not ditto, gitto. Weren't you a criminal? Who was implicated in a crime at some point? No, I think it was Kato that I was thinking of. I'm sure that you're still some sort of crime master extraordinaire, though. Yes, this representative. You had to take Butters to the vet because he had a stomach blockage. I think it was around $2,000 when everything was said and done, and he hated the cone and looked so depressed with it. I mean, I would also hate the cone and be depressed if I was a cat in that situation. So I can relate to that cat, I would say. What crimes have you committed, representative who's definitely not a peasant, even though you're apparently a peasant? Did you not commit any crimes? Oh, we misjudged the subject's character. Right. Which means you definitely did something wrong. Continue. Try again. Keep interrogating. Yeah, I was very amused by... I want to say this was posted in the memes section of the Discord not too long ago. But somebody posted a meme that was a kid had pet hamster. Pet hamster got lost for a bit. They couldn't find the pet hamster, and then they finally found the hamster underneath the fridge. And then they were very concerned because the hamster wasn't eating or drinking and was just sitting in the corner of the cage. And after 3 days, they took it to the vet, and then the vet said there's a fridge magnet in its mouth pouch, and it's been stuck to the side of its cage probably and couldn't move. I don't know if that story is true, but goddamn, I hope it is. So they are a criminal. Wait, hold on. They were cagey and refused to comply, yet... Was it the second time that I found a crime that they committed? Ah, there we go. Subject was too afraid to not comply. Yeah, they've been trying to steal the simple hardness. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Well, I will convict you of that and any cold cases that you are implicated in. Grr. I just wish that, like, these would get resorted when something got actually discovered, because it really doesn't. It's kind of annoying. $225 days in prison. Now we're talking. Justice is Dwarfed. And I can open this gate. Enjoy your time in prison, human. All right. The dyer has created a Fulmel Medin, an asymmetrical sheep wool cape, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. Ooh. This is an asymmetrical sheep wool cape. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round brilliant cut milk opals and rectangular malachite cabochons and decorated with horse leather and encircled with bands of birch. It is made from sheep's wool cloth. This thread is pale pink, exceptionally colored with radish dye. This object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool in malachite. On the item is an image of a magpie in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of Freeways, who died. The dwarf in lignite. Freeways is contemplating. The auric relates to the withdrawal from society of Freeways. In Colorbeard in the mid-autumn of 313. On the item is an image of the Dark Dreamer. Ooh, another dwarf who died. The dwarf and snails. The Dark Dreamer is surrounded by the snails. Dark Dreamer looks terrified. Excellent. That was my Baron, by the way. I guess he hated snails. I'm going to give that to my mayor. That seems like a very mayor cape. Did I assign the wrong thing to you? I may have. Who did Fath? Nope, that is definitely the wrong thing. Then where? Ah, there it is. Thomel Medin. Sweet. Soviet-style interrogation? What, just ask them repeatedly until they admit? I mean, isn't that how normal interrogation works? Like, modern interrogation? Except, like, maybe less beating and torturing? Presumably? All right, so. Let's see how the digging is going. They've got a bit of a ways to go still. Just trying to direct them towards each other a little more efficiently. Or sleeping like this dwarf. Now this is a very, like, kind of scary way of mining. I've literally locked these dwarves in the mining shaft. They don't have a way out. The only way out is by digging their way out, the way that I've told them to dig out, so that's kind of terrifying. We're going to get hit by ads in a little bit, but when they pop, I will pause the game so that you guys don't miss anything. But this is going to become a lava geyser, is what we're going to do. That's the way we'll do it. They'll do that last, but they'll get her done. Hi, Vicar. How's things? How is your Wednesday going, if I can ask? Just gonna hack down a bunch of trees over here. And the dwarves are all carrying out boulders and other things. We're in an ad break, and I'll pause. So in YouTube chat, Conan says, my hamster ate my cat. I have a question, chats. Does that mean they have a really big cat, or a really big hamster, or a really small cat? Why do I have 1 million animals? That's how I'm acquiring cloth for my dwarves. And all of the meat. Most of my industry. This music is making you sleepy. You want to go home and eat your pizza? Here, I'll turn it down. What kind of pizza do you have at home? There, you had an adventuring party show up at the beginning of a fortress. You retire, you make a fortress and then you retire it. And then you make an adventurer party, and then you travel to that fortress. You stand next to the wagon and you retire the adventurers, or just anywhere on the map, but I do it next to the wagon so you know for sure that you're on the map. And then you reclaim the fortress. August burns red. What year is it? 2006? You're back from ads? Hopefully it was a good journey. Also, I have to say that my big video that I released a couple days ago has slowed down. It's now reached a state of normalcy. It's no longer getting 20,000 views every 48 hours, which kind of makes me a little sad. It's always kind of a bit of a rush uploading a new video, and you get like this influx of comments and traffic and a lot of new people, and a lot of people coming back and new people saying hello for the first time, and it's a really cool feeling, and then it slows down, and it's like, oh, okay. Now it's getting like 8,000 views. It's always a bit of an emotional roller coaster, but it's okay. And some birds just entered the map. Game just decided to slow down for a sec. Usually happens when either we're about to get sieged or when birds enter the map. But it's late summer, so I have a feeling that means the birds just entered the map because the game's just frozen. Pepperoni garlic stuffed crust from Papa John's, and you have 2 larges yesterday, which was a pretty good price. Gotcha. Oh, I see. So like uncooked ones? There's a bakery that makes fresh pizzas every Friday here, and then they stick them in their freezer. But after 5 days, they go on sale. And so I buy them for half off. And so they're like 10 bucks a pizza, which is way cheaper than 20 bucks a pizza. But they're on a homemade sourdough crust, and they're incredible. They're fucking killer, let me tell you. Praise mountains. Praise it. Maffel Idukon, the peddler. Uh-huh. I don't believe that you are a dwarf. Here to do dwarf things. I believe that you are a liar. Here to steal my things. I'm also not sure why they're still visiting. I don't think I have any more public locations that people can visit, but let me just double check. Okay, that's still public. Are you still public? No. 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 Okay. I really want to have less things to interrogate for a bit, because as you can probably tell, the criminal screen has gotten a bit ridiculous. It's 100% thieves, no normal visitors. I miss the days when it was like, you would just get dozens and dozens and dozens of like performance groups. And sometimes you still do, but most of the time, unless you get extremely lucky, 100% of the visitors are thieves. Every now and again, you'll land in an area where you just get inundated with everything. And those areas, I don't know, 20% of them will be thieves. But still, they'll 1 in 5 is still just there to steal your shit. Yep. They're there to steal my stuff. As is usual. Oh, Captain of the Guard fell asleep. I need to go through that and make a video out of it. That is the plan for the community fort stuff, by the way. And then in like 6 months, maybe we'll do another one. Just take a big list. Except in the next one, I think the way I'll do it is I'll just start it, and then you guys can take over, and then I'll finish it whenever you guys say we're done. I usually swap back and forth between swords and spears in this fort, Conan. But generally, like the first 2 squads were specifically swords, and then they've just kind of become spears slowly over time. Do I use overclothing or replace clothing? I use a mix. And what does their uniform look like? I mean, that's not a very good example because a lot of them are getting new stuff right now, but it's basically this. But I also don't care about, like, having exact or perfect squad gear. Like, I don't care about material, really, as long as they have the thing. I'm not a very picky militia commander in this squad. A lot of the stuff that they're missing, with the exception of this dwarf and shields, do you have, like, hand problems or something? Is because they are set to wear specific colors of clothing for that squad, for those squads. So if they're like, oh, they're missing leg stuff, it's because they need leggings that are a certain color, and if it's not available, then it's just not. But they all have their armor, so I have what matters. Shouldn't you get arrested? Excuse me. $50 hammer strikes. Oh boy. Okay, fine. Hammer will do it. Who is the hammerer? Frankenbold. Hold up. That was somebody I convicted previously, wasn't it? See, this is why, like, this system becomes overbearing after a while, is it's just like, I'm just going through the list. Going through the list. Going through the list repeatedly. But yeah, this person has absolutely been convicted of crimes before. Yeah, but I wish that, like, the dwarves had better paperwork sorting methods, that's all. Contraman. Probably use a less fucked embark. Oh, I mean, here's the thing. I think it was a pretty entertainingly fucked embark, you know? Yeah, I think that there's places search fields would help. I think it just needs to, like, sort the crimes by people who are actively on the map at the top and then automatically convict people that plead guilty. Like, literally, that's kind of all I needed to do. Or like have like a toggle to toggle on auto pleads, or auto pleads for citizens, auto pleads for visitors, etc. Also, yeah, Shadows of Doubt, isn't that just like the police? Well, that's more like private eye simulator. Why are you just standing here? Weird. This dwarf's having a hard time here. All right, let's go below ground. Let's see what we have for blocks. Let's go green for these chunks. I don't know why I'm worrying about walling this like this, but I want to. Doesn't really matter, but I just think that lava looks so much cooler if it's colored nicely. Because it looks cool? Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I have 2 projects that I want to do. One which I'm not going to announce until it's out. And then the other one is I want to make the community fort into some sort of video. But I need to figure out how to do the community fort into a video. And I also need to figure out how to finish it because the frame rate is like awful. And then the other one I'm not going to announce until it's out. Just having like 20 naked goblins and elves in the tavern, not even loincloths, before you could forbid outsiders. Snurgle, I love that, just like the random naked dudes in the taverns, purely because the reason that happens is because they don't have culture. Like, they wouldn't have that problem if they had a culture. What? Did I already interrogate? There's no way he made it in there. Wait, hold on. So asylum witness. Hold on. I need to interrogate asylum. What did you witness? Also got more confirmations from Maffle, who got their hammer strikes and left. Because I wasn't able to arrest them quick enough for some reason, because I'm dumb. That's a lot of clothing, holy shit. I wouldn't say swine. No, it's more just the game doesn't know what clothing to assign them to, because the game doesn't have like a default. I feel like Dwarf Fortress should have like a outsider default clothing, like just a loincloth and a cloak or something, you know? No shoes. Just enough so like, you know, they wouldn't die of freezing or something. Accuses somebody, yeah, they don't know. It's interesting. Bizarre. That's a lot of vomit, actually. Could you name a metalworker? Yes. I don't have any metalworker. Is there anybody smelting? Actually, hold on. I don't have anybody who's classified as a metalworker, but what I could do is I could do this. How does a talented weaponsmith sound? That or we have the legendary armor smith. Which also you here. Make 10 spears. And I'm just gonna make pig iron, steel bars, because I know I'm out of steel. So that dwarf's name is Yuvesh. Magnifier. There's a double word in there. Frequently is depressed, nice, is confident under pressure and very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. Sounds like a trauma dumper. Prefers to present himself modestly, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, lives a fast-paced life, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tends to hang on to grievances, is slow to trust others, and tends to be passive in discussions. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He has little interest in joking around, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He likes alunite and billin, as well as alexandrite and the color leaf green, spears, quivers, coffins, figurines, and cows for their haunting moos, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven wine, light cheese, and absolutely hates hamsters. He's skinny and his hair is quite sparse. He worships Abra Zatamadim and is a member of the Violet Doctrines. Okay, I don't actually know what god that is. I don't often see gods I don't recognize, so... The god of marriage and birth? Huh. Apparently you do. You have two friends who are Cricket and Unk. Welcome to the fortress. You've been here since the year 306. It's now the year 315. You've been here for 9 years. And now you're going to go make some steel spears. I'm also going to make iron bin. We're going to make 50 of them. Because I have 542 iron bars at the moment. Let's go Magma Forge. And Magma Forge. All right, let's see how that underground construction is going. Slowly. That's how it's going. But they're getting it done. Thankfully, we only need to deal with this vomit once. Easy peasy. I will say that the haunting moos that cows make kind of just sounds like home to me. It's a very nostalgic sound that they make. I don't know if you folks feel similarly, but I grew up close to cows, so I very closely associate them with where I used to live. So I'm going to forbid all of these except for the Dolomite and these ones, so that I can unclaim these. And then link these levers using the magma safe ones, because I have to, well, I don't have to use magma safe ones for this one, but if I use magma safe ones for that one, it'll work. Otherwise it won't. Mace Load has bestowed a name upon that mace. And caravans have arrived. I guess it's that time of year. Which means we're going to have 3 or 4 caravans arrive. And this one right here is going to be linked to this gear assembly and immediately pulled. Right there. And I'm going to go back to mechanisms and unforbid them all. Don't think you'd ever call the moos haunting? I could kind of see them described as that, but yeah, I also wouldn't. They just kind of sound like cows. To me, describing a cow's moo as haunting sounds like a bit from, like, a horror thriller novel from, like, the late 90s. It's kind of what that sounds like to me. Like, that seems like a bit that I would read as, like, an offhanded comment in, like, a Ted Dekker or Stephen King novel. Forgotten Beast Zikath has come, a humanoid composed of steam. Oh. It's very weak. It has 2 short tails, and it is slavering. Beware its hunger for warm blood. Okay, maybe not. Things that are beware its hunger for warm blood are often more dangerous. But the fact that it's made of steam is going to make it very whelming. It's also accessible, so let's see if we can catch it. I need to close this. Another trading caravan has arrived. Okay, so now that that's been pulled, we can open this. Did it already die? It did. It died to the other Forgotten Beast, Zaketh, which we'll catch that one instead. Zaketh died to this thing. This is Stozu Echo Depths, the dead urn, who's missing a wing. This is a blob composed of ash, and it killed it by pushing the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, which broke away its tissue. A birthday surf session? You're going surfing on your birthday? Or do you mean like surfing something else? How many beasts have you killed? Just the one? It's probably the only one this one would be able to kill. There are way too many gods and not an easy way to know what temples you already have? That's not true. Because you only need to build the temples to the religions that have more than 10 dwarves. You can scroll through the list of temples and see which ones have more than 10 dwarves, and they will specifically request if you have more than 10 dwarves of that religion, or creatures, they don't need to be dwarves. And you don't need to make a temple for every god. You just need to make a generic temple where they can go pray to any god. There is no material benefit to making one for every god. So, sure, there's no easy way of seeing what temples you have, aside from organized ones, but you don't need a temple for every god. So I don't think that's really an issue, personally. And up they go. I don't know why there's water there. That must be an aquifer. Okay, so that's an artifact door. It's going for the beak dog. As it needs to. I'm also going to tell him to pull this. Now, because there's nowhere else for it to go, it should just stay there. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Don't be like that. Don't be like that, beastie. Don't be like... Don't stand on the bridge. Okay, well... The bridge won't close if it's standing on it, so... I'll get this one pulled. I'm also going to lock this dwarf in here so that they can pull the lever again a second time really quickly. So that now opens. Going to go to here, pull this, and go here and pull this. Kills the turkey, close the gate. Another beast caught. Easy peasy. Open this up. Unlock the door. Let the dwarf out. Another beast caught. As one does. Okay, so we're about to get hit by ads, but I'm just going to be lining up trading for a bit. So because of that, all you'll really be missing is a whole bunch of this. Also, that's a good call, Vicar. Everybody send DS a happy birthday. Or just post a round of beers. YouTube chat can just hit the party button. Speaking of, like, anniversaries that matter, my Twitch partner anniversary is coming up in October. And in November, the day I started streaming with that 30-day challenge that went for 2 years. That anniversary is on the 14th of November, so October 30th is my Twitch partner anniversary. I don't even know how many years it's been. I need to, like, look. I think it's 2018 I got partnered, so somebody can do the math if they want. And years since I started streaming is getting a little ridiculous. I think I missed one. Yes, I did. I'll just sell those iron gauntlets. Don't really need it. Because we're just using steel, which we're making here. I realize whips are strong, and I know one person's gonna go, no, don't sell that! I don't care. I'm gonna sell it anyway. Also, Dimmy Wild, hello. Your dwarf's still alive, if you're wondering. I'm not using any of these, so I'll just sell them. Keep the corkscrews, though. It's so much thread. All right, tons of jobs. Get to it, dwarves. Feels like only a few months ago it happened. It was like 11. Stone. Which, depending on how old you are, that could classify as a few months. Also, the beast killed Lure 2, apparently. I'm also going to go back over here. Let's get this opening. Once you've been opened, I'm also going to open you. Once you're opened, I'm going to put another turkey over here. Also, Valendrek, good day. Hello. Not John and Caesardes in YouTube chat, hello as well. Just wanted to say a real quick thank you for tuning in today on this Wednesday. This is going to be a little bit of a shorter stream week because I want to get some new projects off the ground this weekend. So we'll only be streaming tomorrow this week, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I will be doing some work getting shorts locked and loaded for the week, as well as other things. Should be a good time. How many building blocks do I like to keep on hand? I don't have a particular number. I'm constantly making them, though. But I don't really have a number in my head that I keep on hand. I know some people will do, like, the math of how many blocks a project is going to take, and then they'll produce that many of that block and then do it all at once. I don't really do that. I just kind of have a constant churn going as needed. And then I pause it whenever I have too much of a surplus. But yeah, I don't really keep a particular number of them on hand. It's a bit too much work, in my opinion. Just gonna grab everything that I would want from them. Such as the scrolls. And I'll trade everything that I need to trade in order to have a high enough value. Trade. Let's go to the second one on the list. Grab the pig iron, the lead, and the other bars, etc. Also grab the rough gems. I very rarely buy those, but I want to actually have glass around because I had one glass artifact, and if somebody else wants to make a glass artifact, I want them to have glass and not die. Well, I'll buy the display case, why not? Nice little bit of variety. Also grab those backpacks because I'm too lazy to make them most of the time. And I'll buy the bolts, because also I'm too lazy to make those most of the time. And I'll buy the wine and such. And trade. Grab the next one on the list. This is my home faction, so I'll just mark all. I want them to be happy with me. I know that they're my home faction because they brought logs. So I keep requesting that they bring logs. Also buy the steel pick. And the steel greaves. Because why not? Although it's too heavy for them. Which makes sense. So I will purchase these 2 cages. And that piece of clay. Hello, Kirk. Named our axes. And Zoomzang as well. Hello. Hello, hello. Also, how are you doing today, Bobtron? Things are well. And Oleok in YouTube chat is here as well. For those of you who missed it, maybe, do note, Tarn posted a blog post on Bay 12. I also stuck it in the community section of the YouTube channel. But Tarn posted a blog post on Bay 12, which kind of highlights progress that he's made on the Siege update stuff. So for those of you curious about what Tarn's been working on, there's actually some information out there now. Am I excited to join the new Dwarven Arms race? I'm curious. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. But I am definitely curious. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff I really need to see. Like, I need to see it in action before I can really give you a direct answer. But it's certainly interesting. So much more stuff. That I didn't initially unforbid, which I thought I did. You know, like, the only real change that I would want in this screen is a select all button. It's kind of the only change I want made to that screen. A goddamn arms right. Here's the real question, though. Have you heard the, like, it's not really a response track, because it came out, like, 8 years after. But, Electric Callboy wrote a song called The Scene, which is kind of a parody metalcore response to that song. I kind of really like it, but I'm not sure how in good taste it is these days. Can't wait. Yeah. We're over here making iron bins, which are which are in fact getting redistributed and filled up with more iron. Surprise. Amongst other things, such as over here. I really like making bins out of things like iron and copper, because if I need to get everything out of that bin really quickly, it's very easy. I just grab the bin and melt it, and all the items come out. It's very helpful. What did you miss so far? I've done some construction, and I caught a Forgotten Beast. And a Forgotten Beast made of steam appeared, and it died. I also arrested some people. And you are the captain of the guard now. Because we had to arrest the other captain of the guard for committing crimes. And now I'm trading, and I don't think I'm going to get to finish trading. Black and White 2 for 15 bucks. That game's abandonware, which is weird. You're going to need a lot of mods to get it working properly. You know, Black and White is one of those games that I've thought about just grabbing online, like just an abandonware copy, and patching the ever-living shit out of and streaming. That's one of those few old games where I'm like, Was it like in the box too? Or is it just a disc? Some otters? You can't wait to actually fear the sieges? There's times where I fear sieges. I've definitely had siege. Well, right now, the way to fear sieges in Dwarf Fort is to intentionally leave yourself open to them. Like, I had that one fort where I specifically settled somewhere with no metal and could only use metal that goblins dropped. And those first, like, 5-6 siege... And I also set the game to hard and drastically increased the threat levels of sieges. And those first few sieges were absolutely catastrophic. Yeah, but the sequel has a massive modding community, so I'd be curious to see what you could actually do with it, Airsick. Is it on GOG? I thought that it was just like abandonware at this point. Okay, Black and White is on the Dream list. Black and White 2 is also on the Dream list. Yeah, neither of them are on GOG. No, because they're abandonware. Like, straight up, like, nobody is maintaining the rights for it. Which is why it's one of the few games that you can legally YAR. Or Swedish Public Library it. Well, maybe not legally, but you're wholly justified in it, shall we say. I don't actually know if I'm going to be able to get rid of enough weight to be able to do this. There we go. I'll just give you all that. Kind of arming all of the dwarves in the world. Story of Lionhead Studios is a sad tale. I'd say that goes for a lot of companies that have to close, you know? I would say, like, what's the name of the studio that made Forza Motorsport? Because they just got shut down. At least I think they did, unless I'm like... Or am I confusing that with Gran Turismo? One of those two studios just got shut down. I need to go look at it again, but... Kind of lost my point, though. No, totally. No, you want every siege to be a threat. And I get your... I was just kind of spinning off of what you said and, like... elaborating, because I kind of do that. Zebitex in YouTube chat. Oh, that's it for trading. Back to work, dwarves. So much crap needs to be gotten rid of. You know, I think actually I'm going to do another one of those. I'm going to go through here and pause basically every job that isn't construction. Moments. And hauling. I'll leave some of those spinning threads open, though, because I need to make a lot of that thread into cloth. That was not intended, but... Because I have quite a few dwarves, but I don't have enough dwarves to be able to drastically expand this. I've also thought about increasing the population cap in this fort. Going up to, like, 300 or something. Just to get more hands for tasks, but then the frame rate will slow down, so I've been, like, debating it. So I've got all of that floor to make. Which is just right here. It's not much, but... Mostly I just have a shit ton of jobs that need to be put away. So if I actually look at this right now, everybody's putting stuff away. I'm actually going to take all of my squads off of constant training for the moment. With the exception of my Captain of the Guard. So they can all go help. So much vomit. I mean, hey. Comes with the territory, man. It's okay. We'll be able to clean up the vomit soon. Just look at this, though. This is the real. Oh my god, there's so much vomit spot. Did I really screw this up? Oh my god, I did. Oh no, I didn't. I see what I did. It looked like I screwed it up for a second, but I just chopped down a tree, which put a hole in the ceiling. So much construction needs done. At least the digging is pretty much done from what I can tell. Let's also just make sure that there isn't many forbiddens. Not really. They're all getting done. What are we doing? I just woke up. I'm making a lava fountain for funsies, which will allow me to very quickly cleanse, clean, or burn all of the surface. And then, I don't know what I'm going to actually use it for, but I might make a front door nearby it. Like, I might put a door underneath this. And if I do that, then I would need a way to do that. Not totally sure why. These are still sitting here, but they are. Well, the slab is engraved. They're just putting it somewhere, I suppose. Forgotten Beast, Ulet has come. A giant humanoid composed of steam. What is with these non-beasts? It doesn't even have, like, an ability. It's just made of, like, brittle material. It's a giant humanoid composed of, like, nothing of substance. It's just gonna get slapped once and just go pop! Human-shaped bubble, essentially. Like, you just blow on it and it pops. Still catching beasts. You know, there was a bug in the game for a while, Cricket, where dwarves would instantly gain cave adaptation. It was maybe one of the worst bugs the game had in my time playing. It was awful because you would start a new fortress and everybody would immediately vomit. And honestly, it made me appreciate how tame it kind of is now. My name is John Steamer! You mean, I always go to the Gabe Newell joke, so that's a new one for me. Well, thankfully, once all of this is built, which we're almost there, it's already dead. Oh, wait. Oh my god, you've killed quite a few things at this point. This is the Feathered Petrosaur who's been down here for a while. Who just breathed fire everywhere and obliterated whatever his name was. Ulet. Ulet! The steam out! Anyway, Gig meets with the Outpost Liaison, and I'm just going to keep asking them to bring me wood. They need cloth. Oh, that's very easy. Chat, remind me to sell them cloth when they arrive next year. It's okay, you'll forget, but so will I, but then I can blame you because I asked you to remind me. You just want divine artifacts to not be invisible? Not all of them are invisible. They're improving that, and yeah, I agree, it's taking too long. There is a mod, Tam the Gym, that removes the possibility for artifacts to contain modifications, which is like asymmetrical or blocky or plated or all of those other different words that can that make things look different. And if you use that mod, then you won't run into that anymore. You'll just simply have like... Why'd the music suddenly stop? You'll only have artifacts that have sprites if you do that. It'd be cool if gaseous beasts could go through windows, doors, and fortifications. Oh, like if they could just ignore... Well, I mean, anything can go through a fortification. They just have to intentionally dodge through it, and they almost never do that. But that would be neat, actually. If they could actually move like a liquid. You're really betting on him? It's a bad bet, man. It's like investing in a meme coin. But Tam the Gym, appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in and saying hi. And the follow and all that. I do see follows, I just don't generally acknowledge them. Now that's a first for this fort. The human maceman Nek Gaiasurn was spotted sneaking around, and they said, "I'll live to fight another day." Uh-huh, will you now? You were spotted attempting... See, now this is how thieves should function. Why is this human wearing 1, 2, 3, 4 male shirts and a shirt? He's got gauntlets and gloves on. Pants and a skirt. Very well dressed. By well, I mean a lot of it. He's passing acquaintances with one of my dwarves. What's your name? Neck? I like how he was spotted sneaking around outside of the fortress. Let's see if you can catch him. Because it's cold? I suppose. I don't know. Extra pockets? Yeah, definitely. I think he's just doing some like weight training to try and impress somebody back home. You also don't move all that fast. Whoa! That was me interrogating. Not convicting. Okay. I thought I told you to interrogate him. Well, I'll say this. The amount of gear he was wearing didn't help him in his escape attempt. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Are you gonna go home and say that you interrogated him? It kind of looks like he's going to. Because it looked like the dwarf walked back. This is a bug. But I kind of love this bug. Oh my god, he is. Did you, like, just murder somebody in cold blood? And then claim that you interrogated him? Oh my god, he did. He just fell apart when I got there, and then but at least he admitted to all of his crimes.
Crypt zombie, crypt zombie, crypt zombie, crypt zombie.
Mr. Void, thank you very much for the 11th month. That's it. Can somebody please clip that? Please. I need that. I need that. Please. That's incredible. Guantanamo interrogation method. Just murders somebody, goes back to office, twiddles in paperwork for a little bit. These are all the crimes he committed. So what actually happened there, I think, is like, because they were caught sneaking around and I told them to go interrogate him, they're flagged as hostile. And because this dwarf is in a squad, he just murders him because he's flagged as hostile. But I did tell that dwarf specifically to interrogate him. So the interrogation still happened, but the tasks just happened in the wrong order. Which is really funny. Which is really funny to me. You did ask for auto convictions. That's not what I meant! But sure. Point taken. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a little flabbergasted. Also, Neck has witnessed a whole bunch of different crimes. And I'll bet you that they're all against my Captain of the Guard. But they're also all in the past few years. Aren't you dead? Stinthad? I thought I killed you. No, it's not. This is the past land, actually. Well, technically the Executioner is the Hammerer, but... Didn't feel anything after seeing the human die, though. Not a bad retirement for this dwarf, though, let me tell you. Alright, dwarves are still putting stuff in stockpile. How's the construction down here going? Waiting for that one block to be placed. Oh. Alright, well, we're almost done. Also, I think investments may be open. How you doing, No Name? How's your Wednesday? Chad, is there any games that you guys are looking forward to? I feel like whenever I decide I'm looking forward to a video game, I get immediately disappointed by it. But, actually, I'll elaborate a little bit on this thought when I get back. I'm gonna go use the washroom. I'll be back in a moment. Alright. Witcher 4? They're making a fourth? For some reason, I didn't actually know that, but I'm not surprised. DLC for Frostpunk 2, New Europa Universalis. I knew about that one. Looking forward to EU5 also. Yeah, that's why I got up and went to the bathroom, Contraman. Try not to get too hyped for anything anymore. Last one for you is No Man's Sky. That, you know, that's a good lesson, one to learn. One to learn your lesson on. But, as far as clipping stuff, just let the Twitch chat worry about that. The Twitch clipping stuff is way more useful than the YouTube clipping stuff. Olok. Hades 2 full release in a week. I keep forgetting they're making that, which probably says more about me than them, but like, this is an unpopular take, I think, but I was actually really disappointed when I heard they were making Hades 2, because I was like, oh, come on! I really like your games, and I don't want to, I don't like Hades. I mean, it's fine, but I don't want to play Hades. Like, yeah, I get it, it's very successful. Like, why don't you make something weird again? I want another Pyre-like thing, you know? Make something weird, make something cool. Yeah, I mean, long-term investment-wise, No Man's Sky, pretty good. Initial disappointment, though, astronomical. I'm curious about Baby Steps. I don't know if I want to play it, but I'm curious about Baby Steps. Because I've played enough of his games that I'm curious about it. But I also didn't play the demo, so... Well, that's just something definition of insanity, right? With the Paradox games? Now it's the question of, do I care about these blocks? These boulders, rather. Because if I don't... then I'll just flood it. Was it wait 3 years post-launch before buying even with The Witcher? Oh, it was CD Projekt? Yeah. No, I agree. Cyberpunk was a rough launch. I feel worse, actually, about the Cyberpunk launch than I did about No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky just kind of felt like shit for Hello Games. Like, it just felt bad for Hello Games. But with... I don't know, there's something about Cyberpunk that feels like they should have done better, I guess. Whereas Hello Games is like a tiny fucking studio. Like, I might be giving them too much credit, but... Anyway, the thing that I wanted to say is... I get excited to go back to games, I think, now, more than I get excited to play games. Like, I'm really excited to check in on... I say this and my brain just shuts off and I immediately forget what game I was going to say that I'm excited to check in on with. I'm excited for updates for Jupiter Hell Classic. That's not the one that I was going to say. I'll remember the one that I was going to say. Astronauts. That's a game. Because I played that game for about 45 minutes a long time ago. And I haven't gone back. I've been terrified of going back. And because of that, I'm kind of now in the headspace where I'm looking forward to that game releasing out of early access so that I can just dig into it deeply, you know? Uh-oh. Who's ready for my frame rate to go to 0? That's a were creature, friends. Who is locked in their room. Yeah. Woo. Also, they need a kiln. Actually, is it going to make my frame rate go to 0? Let's see. Yep. Yes, it is. Chat room, for everybody's sanity, I'm going to use DF hack, but in a situation like this, I would normally just let it take forever. But I'm just going to use dig now. It's just the one tile. So that the frame rate don't go to 0. I don't think I have a kiln. It's just saving 10 minutes, that's all. They're going directly somewhere. Oh, clother. Okay. That's inconvenient. Cloth. 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 Aren't we about to get a full moon, too? Oy vey. Okay. Grabbing malachite. What causes them to clip through corners? That's not a, they're not clipping through corners. They literally just walk straight through it. It's like a hexagon, but in a square. There is no clipping through corners. They just simply walk through corners. It looks a little odd, but that's just the way the game works. So they might actually just continue their strange mood, even if they become a were creature. I could arrest them. Trying to decide what I'm willing to do. Because I haven't actually committed any crimes. They've just been standing in a room alone for a very long time. I'm very happy that they don't sheep herder, because it makes building a challenge. I want my constructions to feel like I've earned it. That's all. I mean, the hexagon and a square thing is just an artifact of the game being an ASCII game, right? I'm not going to build walls around that clother shop, no. It's Azertes. Because I want that clother shop to be kept intact as my clother shop. I could lock them in here, though. I want them to finish this artifact. Here's what I'm going to do. Oopsies. That's my assumption, yes. This is malachite, not olivine. It's the ore of copper. This is going to be a valuable as hell artifact either way. Jesus. 3 pieces of cave spider silk cloth, malachite, steel bars, plum wood logs, amber opals, oak log, sheep leather, tin bars. Nice timing. That's why I've got squads to spare. This is a bigger concern. Send in the war turkeys. I'm sure they're already en route. What squad are you in? Literally, their gear is right here, so they can just go get gear. Oh, there it goes. Potter misses, the Spearmaster slashes the Werebear slashes the Potter, or sorry, the Swordmaster slashes the Werebear Potter in the lower arm with the steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Spearmaster scratches it in the head, tearing the muscle. The Werebear, the Spearmaster stabs the Werebear in the lower body, tearing the guts. They tore the guts a second time after slashing it a second time. They missed twice. They jumped away. The Sacred General punches it. The Spearmaster stabs it. The Werebear misses the Sacred General. They stab it again in the lower body with the steel short sword, which tears away which tears the spine. Werebear falls over. Chromite stabs the Werebear in the upper body with a steel short sword, shattering the true ribs. The Spearmaster strikes the Werebear in the left foot with the steel short sword. Okay. They're bleeding heavily. I'm not too worried. Also stricken by melancholy. Look at that. So, like, I wonder if they can even hit. Because they're stricken by melancholy. Bookkeeper stabs it. They pull the swords out, stab it in the neck. The Holy Vault bashes the Werebear with the shaft of a steel spear, fracturing the bone. Lower arm flies off. It's a shame we'll never get this artifact, really. I was really hoping they would just finish it, but... yeah. Clean. Very clean. Swordmaster slashes the Werebear.
Over here, he has a sword.
It looked like Schmitty Scent got it, but I don't think so, actually. Oh, there you go. Bear Hunter has now killed the Werebear. Well done. Also, thank you, Devilish. Now we get to go fight that siege, which also won't be a challenge. That's what happens when you just have legendary squads. You can just, like, head-on fight a were creature without much threat to your own safety. Snatcher, protect the childs, and the more childs, and the rest of the childs, and even more childs. Oh my god. These guys are about to, well, get caught in cages, or, yeah, good about that. The dwarves just come running out, and this isn't even a fair fight. This is not. This isn't a fight. This is, a massacre. These goblins were... absolutely silly and they didn't even realize it. Speaking of... I don't know if that werebear will get buried, but they'll probably come back as a... So let's just make that into a thingy. All right. With that brief... A kidnapper made off with Neezer! Well, that just won't do. That just won't go. That just won't do. Loomis Stormpaw, hello. You found you and Yvonne's videos last week, and you've been binging them and enjoying the stories, and you got me to learn how to play DF after a good 10 years. Jeez. The wrath of a dozen gremlins for making you get back into the depths of the caverns. Why are you cursing me? Go curse the goblins or the elves or something. Should thank me. But thanks for tuning in. There's always good video games out there. Sometimes you just need to dig for them. All right, so this should be all locked down now. So let's get this sucker pumping. And turn off the burrow. Uh-oh. Hang on. How long have you been in there? It's a good thing I looked. Pilot's one of my best dwarves. Would have been a shame if something were to have happened to him. I'm just saying. Pilot is actually one of my best dwarves. It helped a ton. You go to bed? Oh, like world gen settings? Those are very, very basic. If you're decent at reading text guides, I would also recommend just the wiki if you want more advanced stuff for world gen, because I'll be honest with you, I find that stuff a bit above me. All right, let's give this a pull. So now all I need to do is just let this pump and wreck my frame rate until the whole thing is completely full. When the whole thing is completely full, then we can test the lava geyser. So I'm actually going to leave the burrow partially on for a bit. Just let the dwarves kind of vibe and relax for a wee bit. Because they're about to have to put a lot of bodies and such over here. Yep. Lava's been pulled. Frame rate goes down to 1 for a minute. There we go. Because it's just going to fire all the lava out and into here. Which the game doesn't like very much, surprise. But now it's picking back up. We're back up to 8 frames a second. If you are subscribed to the channel, could I get a wall of lava, please? Or just like post red squares if you're in the YouTube chat. The lava falling. It'll get here eventually. Oopsies. See? It's falling. Pretty quickly. And here it comes. So when this whole sucker is full, by whole sucker I mean all the way up to here, and then all the way over to here, and then all the way up and into here, all I need to do is open this drawbridge, and it should try and level the lava out with the top of this tower, which is like, you know, 100 Z levels up. Okay, 50 Z levels up, but still. Emotes moved? Did they now? Oh, volcano emote, that works. For the YouTube chat. Frame rate's mostly back. It's up to 30 frames a second now. So now if I can convince the baddies to walk over top of this, I can just go kapoosh. What's funny is, like, with the way Tarn's saying things are going to change, if they knock over bridges, this system that I'm doing here might still work. I just need to make sure that the bridge is always surrounded by lava. And if they do knock down the bridge, it just triggers it early, which is fine. You know, there's definitely two types of players in Dwarf Fortress. There's people who play one of the two modes a whole lot, and then there's people who just, like, generate worlds all day. Also, it's good to see you, Budgie. Hope you're doing well. You need to cull some beak dogs? Probably. Well, I'm back up to 24 now. But it's just because, like, of the amount of magma I'm pumping. It's a little bit ridiculous. It's like, initially I was thinking it was temperature, but the more I do this, the more I think, no, I don't think it's temperature. It's more just like this refilling and draining, and this refilling. Which then pumps this all the way up to here. Which then goes down here, and then all the way down. No. And also, Tarn has stated dozens, if not more than dozens of times, Mistavoy, that Dwarven mounts are not planned. So, there you go. It would require pretty major, like, game AI rewrites, as far as I understand it. But no, mounted dwarves are not planned, period, as far as I know. That is the current knowledge. At least not for Fortress mode. You ran into a stumble for World Gen because when you changed map size, it changed a bunch of other settings that were for a world twice as new size, but elves can ride elephants. That's cheating. Okay, let me tell you this. When a dwarf runs at... Let me ask you a question. What do you think is harder to defeat? An army of goblins or an army of goblins mounted on beak dogs? Because I have a very simple answer for you. Do a no lava attempt on your first embark with the new siege mechanics. I feel like when the new siege mechanics come out, I should be allowed to do everything I want with lava. I'm not going to intentionally, like, when the new siege stuff comes out, I'm going at it with my entire toolbox. I'm not going to limit the toolbox until I know the limitations. So when the enemy is mounted, it's significantly easier to kill them. And you want to know why? Volkadav? It's because beak dogs have way, lower thresholds for fear than goblins. Same with dwarves. A dwarf is way braver than any horse or elephant can ever be. So if you have, and this is also obvious in adventure mode when you're riding around on a horse. If the horse gets scared, horse runs, and the dwarf has no control. Do you have any idea how frustrating it would be if you had an army of 10 dwarves that were all legendary, they all get onto their war-trained mounts, and they ride towards the enemy, and all the horses get spooked, and then, or just gone, and then a dwarf gets kicked off and dies. Like, on one hand, I agree, I think that would be hysterical, but they would need to rewrite how mounted AI works. And I don't think that's something Tarn's interested in doing. It is way easier to destroy a mounted army in Dwarf Fortress than it is to destroy an unmounted army, because they scatter so much faster. And if half of the army is beak dogs or horses or, I don't know, elephants, if they spook and scatter, that can just end the whole siege. The easiest sieges I've had to deal with ever are human sieges, when they all show up on horses. I literally need a war dog to defeat them. The dog just runs at them, and the horses all go, bah! And run away, and the entire army retreats, with the humans on their backs. They're super cool, though? Sure. They're not very dwarfy, though. Like, I like them rather, mounts are not very dwarfy. War animals, yes. Like, I like the idea of dwarves standing next to a giant animal in battle more than the alternative. So, that's just me. But yeah, when the siege stuff comes out, trust me, the first fort I'm doing is going to have no limitations. I'm just going to go hog wild with everything that I like and everything that I know. And then limiting your play is something that you do after you know what the limitations are. At least that's how I play. It is like maybe it is one of the lowest priorities that I have that people are seemingly obsessed with and always asking for. That kind of perplexes me. Like, I have things that I'm interested in. Chat has things that they're interested in. We all have our own priorities. And at least for me, one of the lowest priorities for me is mounted armies. I don't understand the interest, really. I mean, I saw, like, growing up, our cat chased an adolescent black bear up a tree. So, you know. You were observing the boulders? Do you want me to unhide the boulders then? Here, I'll unhide the boulders. That same cat also tried to attack a bald eagle when the bald eagle caught his mouse out of the midair that he was throwing in the air and trying to make come back to life like cats do. You like the boulders? All right. I just kind of forbid them so that it doesn't, so they don't pop up as unhauled eventually, but. Mounts add flavor. I think that mounts are something that would need to be added to the game when humans become a default playable race. I think until then, and I don't think that's going to happen for like a decade. I think until then, there isn't any real need for it, personally. But that's just me. And if you want mounts, go play adventure mode and you'll learn why they would be exceptionally frustrating in fortress mode. I would love to see a clip of that, Telenartho. Just a cat defeating a goblin army. Just meow! Short hair orange cat chased off an adult Great Dane. Oh, sure. Yeah, I believe it. Well, dogs just want to play, and their result is chase cat, and cat don't like that. Probably in the VOD somewhere. It was definitely your most recent long fort, right? I don't need to see it right now or anything. Also, for anybody who's wondering, this is what this looks like in ASCII. Continues to fill. You like the head cannon of mounted combat just not being the dwarven way? I like the... somebody said this once in my chat at some point, and I can't remember who it was, so sorry. But they said, what if dwarfs just have really bad balance? Like, they'll just fall off. It's like, yeah, you can do it in adventure mode, but it takes a long time to, like, train up riding skill to be good enough to not just, like, fall off or die trying to get back onto your horse. It's also, like, surprisingly difficult to actually hit things while it's on a horse without falling off. Or without the horse panicking. And usually the horse kind of does a better job in combat if you're not on the horse. So, like... Or whatever animal. They're too dense. Yeah, they'll just break the camel's back every time, man. I do remember watching a stream of Tekid where he was using Dwarf Therapist to figure out who the biggest dwarves were to assign them as militia dwarves. With the idea being that the biggest dwarves would be the best wrestlers. And he was astounded to realize that based on weight, the average, like, legendary wrestler dwarf was the size of a black bear. Like, weight-wise. Anyway, the dwarven Forgotten Beast, Thanothalbi, has come. A great towering feathered petrosaur. It has one broad horn and a bloated body. Its spruce feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison vapors. This one is going to go fight with the fire-breathing thingy. The ungodly... Okay, so the winner of the best name of the day award is... The Ungodly Shadow. Hold up. I will jump back down to this guy. I just want to... Because that down there is full. I should probably hotkey this. It's now F6. So that's going to take a little bit. The Ungodly I mean, people still do the edgy usernames. They're just now all on Roblox, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, hey, this is a evil Forgotten Beast. Meanwhile, over here is Nepe Coastgrave the Murky. Nenpe Coastgrave the Murky has killed 5 Forgotten Beasts, and several of which were in the year Pi, it looks like, actually. Yeah, 3 of them were in the year Pi, so he had a Forgotten Beast Pi that year. He is a great feathered Petrosaur as well. It has a straight long horn, and it is ravening. Its feathers are downy. Beware its fire. Meanwhile, this one hasn't killed anything and is a feathered Petrosaur broad, and it has a bloated body. Its spruce feathers are downy. Beware its poison vapors, and it is now on fire. So it's the question of the seriously injured one who's heavily bleeding and the one who's now on fire. I think they're both going to die. And they did. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. The Murky, the fire breather, is still... But now he's drowsy. Due to the vapor, I guess. Keeps falling asleep. Well, that's kind of terrifying for him. That's how much of this lava we're pulling out of here. See, he's actually sleeping. You don't see this very often, because they're not supposed to be able to sleep Literally only happens if they get gassed. Which means anything could kill it, because he's sleeping. But they have to kill it in one hit, or he'll wake up. Okay, so let's go to F6. Okay, this is all ready to go here. This is filled all the way up. Now if I go up to here... we just need to wait for this to fill up. Which won't take too long. He's tuckered out. He's very the narcoleptic ungodly shadow. Yeah, no, totally. Is the ungodly shadow his sleep paralysis demon then? So who's ready to wreck the frame rate for a bit and test out this lava geyser I've built? Because this guy is. We just need this to all hit 7 of 7. Double K! Oh! Yeah, no, absolutely, you're correct. It's absolutely what that is. It was kind of like... I mean, the fire-breathing one won. But it was also... it was kind of a double KO in a way. The one that, you know, didn't die is still kind of doomed. Unless he wakes up after a bit, but... Nope, still sleeping. He's still bleeding? Oh, nope, just heavily injured. He is rotting, though. Oof. What a crazy gas. It makes him rot and fall asleep. It's like rotten narcolepsy. You wonder if dreams are all nightmares to them? Oh, most definitely. Absolutely. What else would it be? Happy fun times? Let's not be silly here. You know, one of the reasons why I got power up here and pumped lava up here was I was like, oh yeah, no, as a bonus addition to this, I can use the transported power up here via these to make some mist generators. And now that I've done it, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just like over here distracted by, you know, making a lava geyser. As one does. And also the reason this is here is so that if an army appears down here again, I can just fire lava at them. All right, that looks pretty full to me. All right, folks. Let's see if this sucker works. It's either going to work or I'm going to need to make an adjustment. So let's find out. So if you have lava emotes posted, if you have volcano emoji, post them. And hopefully there's nobody around, otherwise they may get caught in the crossfire. Ah, damn it. So, I was a little worried about that. No, it's bridges. It's not physics. Trying to think how I can... Okay. I've got a plan B. You would have a rainforest cafe. You know, I went to a rainforest cafe the first time I went to Disneyland. Years ago. Kind of a fond memory, actually. Thanks, Eddie Burback, for reminding me it wasn't a fever dream. It's more than just a fountain. This is going to be a front door eventually. But in order for it to be a front door, well, it's going to be defense for a front door. Is what it's going to be. So I don't actually have an entrance to this fort yet. So I think what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to put a the drawbridge down here then, if it's really insisting on doing it this way. Also, why don't I just do it this way? Just put some ramps here so that they look nice-ish and consistent. Let's also go up to here. Grab you. F6. Beer, beer, beer. We'll follow the link. Not a pump to the end to initiate the flow. Nah, just caving in the ceiling will do her. I'd need to power the pump somehow. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. At least the military is, like, you know, behaving and staying on station, but not really what I want them doing. Lava and shenanigans, yep. There's one like 10 miles away and you've never been. Don't go. Don't take Patrick's statement. What you should do is just go watch Eddie Burback's video on going to every single rainforest cafe and you'll get the vibe. just watch that video. It's a classic. A modern piece of internet art. No. Just watch that video. Don't go. Just watch that video. Just watch that video. You see all the people that are like kind of mad right now? That otters. It's not the worst thought. It's like, yeah, it's not the worst, but it's certainly possible to compensate for it. It's not great. You don't really want it. Why are you a knife user, Devilish? What did you do to you have to use a knife in your life? Novice knife user. You never see that because dwarves don't make knives. I mean, here's the thing. An aquarium, cool. Rainforest cafe, kitschy. There's knives? Oh, yeah. So that explains that, I guess. Okay, this should initiate it once this is built. I was wondering how fancy my room would have to be to make up for vomiting every time you go outside. All right. I'm just going to forbid this. Turn on this. Go up to here. And pull this. Let's see if this does it. All right. Hopefully not a false alarm again, chat. Can I get a round of beers or lavas or volcanoes or whatever you may have? Because second attempt happening now. Whenever Dwarf get here. Ah. Here they cometh. Okay, now I'm upset. Maybe I do have to just build a pump to initiate it. You know, Forgotten Beast, Stekug Zolokamo has come. It's a Zolocomotive. It is a enormous scaly mosquito. It has a stubby horn, and it is ravening. Its dark olive scales are small and overlapping. Beware its hunger for warm blood. Checks out. Hold up. I'm going to shut this off. Open the bridge up. I have an idea. I'm just a tiny bit worried. Uh-oh. It's gonna go eat the beast who's sleeping, isn't it? Oh, no. What a way to wake up. That's not even a fair fight. He bites it in the head. Shakes it around by the head. Shakes it around by the head. Stabs it. In the lower leg. Breathes fire, but is still falling asleep constantly. And even in his narcolepsy, is able to kill yet another Forgotten Beast. What a champion. What a absolute beast. You can just like snort fire you pretty much. I think this might not be helping. So this might end up setting a dwarf on fire. But I'm going to dig out this. Seems Moo Cow gets the opportunity to do the thing. This is definitely not the first time it's taken me a couple tries to get one of these working, but... Speaking of tries, missing citizens. Where did they take Neezer? Runus Menace! Of course they sent Neezer to the scariest place that the goblins have at their disposal. Well, I'm going to send my squads to go get him back, or try to. Well, actually, this is kind of good news. Because what this does mean is that I can kind of just do this. If I turn the pump back on, this will definitely boil over right now. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of channel this to the side and drain it out. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to put a drawbridge down in this trench and connect it to the same lever as this. Ha! There you go, Dwarf. Let's go down into here. Maybe not the wisest decision I've ever done, but yep. Okay. All right. Well, I don't need to go that much further. That's the good news. Dwarf, you're stressing me the fuck out, man. Apologies for all these rebuilds. We'll get it right eventually. This is why you can't give me too much credit for being so advanced. Because I ain't perfect, that's for sure. That much is for sure. Okay. That right there will work just fine for a drawbridge. What, me not being perfect, Sandberg? Just gonna go over top of that granite, because whatever. I literally just need either 3 of these to be clear or 1 of these to clear. That's all I need. Look at all that vomit. It's okay, we'll make it go away soon. You won't see it soon. Once I cover it in lava. Then it'll be, look at all that lava. It's not look at all that vomit. You know what, fuck it. Let's actually just get rid of this gate. I don't need 2 of them. Oh, there we go. There's 3. Also, how many miners am I at right now? Really not enough. Oh, squads returned. They didn't go. Rawness menaced. Where's Rawness menaced? Okay, well, they do have Neezer there, and we do have the update as to how many dwarves are there. So I'm just going to say free captives belonging to my civilization. That's it. Rawness menaced had a population of 7,500. Ronus Manus now has a population of 4,000. Which is actually kind of wild. Maybe because they just... Maybe because they've started attacking the Dwarven fortress. Oh, I see why. I'm like, why are they not going down into here? Well, it's because they don't actually have a way down because I've blocked them all. Good at this. You lost those tickets. Rip tickets! Shadow Absorber. But yeah, I was kind of talking about this earlier and then I got distracted by this project, but I'm very much interested in going back and playing some more Cogmind. If you've never played Cogmind, it's a very similar itch to Caves of Cud. And I'm kind of getting that itch, and it's been a long time since I've had that itch. It's a game that I played when it first released, and then didn't touch for a really long time. The reason I didn't touch it for a very long time is because it had very difficult to use UI initially, but that UI has since been completely modularized and made very easy to play, actually. Because there's a lot of settings that the player can tweak to make it kind of as visually dense or as not dense as you want. So I might need to look into that game again, because it's been several years. I think 2022 was the last time I played it. Oh yeah, no, they absolutely can encrust gizzard stones and stuff. And King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard writes good music, so it's good gizzards all around. Many happy times for Giz fans. The Walls of Color have returned once more. How come... Oh, that was the first mission. Duh. Like, why does it say you returned based on your mission report? Because that was the notification for the last one. Distinct from the DFH? Because I have a question. Well, actually, Patrick, are you in an ad? If you're not in an ad, just say you're not in an ad, and then I'll finish my sentence. I'm not sure if you are or not. Slightly gross, but they got uses. I mean, they're just bird pearls. Somebody called the bird gizzards a bird pearl once, and it still upsets me, but not in an ad. Okay. Do you ever have like? Would you think that there's a difference between wanting to play SimCity and Diablo? Or here's a better example: Warcraft, the RTS, or Diablo. They're pretty different games. Correct, Poco. Do I have a favorite King Gizzard album? The last one I listened to. Probably Nonagon Infinity. I'm just nowhere near as big of a fan of King Gizzard as a lot of King Gizzard fans. I just like King Gizzard, and I've seen them before, and we'll go see them again. But there are people who are like, that is the best band, I just want to talk about that for the next 10 hours. I'm not that person. But I do like their music quite a bit. You don't know much about Caves of Cud. One is an open world RPG that is randomly generated and extremely difficult, and the other one is Dwarf Fortress. So they're pretty different mechanically, just kind of from the get-go. Something that I really want them to add is the ability to select what mechanisms are placed at the target instead of just selecting whatever's closest. What are you going to do? It's limestone? Okay. That is a quality of life feature I would love to see. And I know that somebody's going to be like, well, I thought I could do that. No, that's just a DF hack thing.
Patrick Twitchy cheered.
Uh-huh.
X200.
Thanks for $2. Appreciate you. Also getting all these logs over here pruned. So that I can build more floors around here. Doesn't know much? Oh, really? I didn't realize that, I guess I often don't realize that so much of my audience just kind of depends on the stuff that I... What? Did the job get canceled? Are you for real? No, it is. It's still running. It's just nobody actively doing it right now, but it looks like somebody is. Weird. Oh, I see why. It's because the kobold's doing it. Who's listed as a pet. And it'll be like 1,000-hour time extractor from you when you get there. Unless you bounce off it, in which case it won't be very long. It's one of the two. Okay, so this now needs to be pulled. Nice. Steel pick. Gotta get ahead of the need for lesser picks. Had tons of fun. Yeah, I think now, like, if you turn saving on, it makes it a lot more approachable. Now I've just got to briefly wreck my frame rate once more. This dwarf's gonna go pull the other lever. Well, I mean, between Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cud, you have every single... This is actually maybe not the best situation right now, because I thought that they'd already pulled that lever, but nope, they hadn't. You should stop the flow. There you go. So now that this has been stopped... Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, it works. I thought that could have been finished. Hopefully it didn't just burn a bunch of people. Certainly possible. Well, at least one person. This dwarf is bleeding because they were carrying a bunch of steel armor which was melting them. They're not on... What are you doing? They weren't on fire. Are you taking a nap? Okay. Yeah, that dwarf bled to death due to the heat of their armor. Not a smart direction to go, dwarves. Let's just turn this on. Good time to save game. Suicidal nap, dwarf. I mean, hey, sometimes you just gotta lie down and take a break, hey? Sparky, it's good to see you. Why are they going like that? Because they don't know lava there. Because they're trying to finish the construction and their job hasn't canceled yet. And burning and lava isn't considered something they should be scared of. Otherwise, you would have a hell of a time playing with it in your fortress. So sometimes they just walk towards lava for like seemingly no reason. But I've told them to back up now. Except for the last few. It does appear to have stopped filling, though, so that's a good sign. So that's Bambul, and that's Shem's corpse. Let me just go over here and memorialize those dwarves real quick. What's your last name? Thankfully, I built a failsafe into this. It's oddly enough not the first lava oopsie of the stream. And then this is all just steam. Well, now stuff's burning. That might be one of the more brutal deaths I've seen. That dwarf that died because of the gear they were holding. That's actually really brutal. Like, imagine just like the scalding or the burning effect that they get when they're holding something so hot it's causing them to melt. Yikes. Regardless, we know it works now, so that's good. I mean, it's already starting to dissipate. It won't take too long to go away. Ideally, it doesn't set the trees on fire, which it hasn't yet, which is good. Third-degree burns to death? Yep. More or less correct, yeah. Question is, does Shem get a tomb? They do now. All right, well, once this all fucks off, then I can just place a floor piece right... Oh, come on. The dead walk hide while I still can. Well, okay, I have some good news. I do. I actually have some good news. So up here I have this. Completely unrelated. Connected to a completely different lever. And this is right here for a reason. So that when stuff comes in from this angle, I can do this. Dwarf comes over here, pulls it. And it go kerplunk. I may catch some of them. I may not catch all of them, but they'll move pretty slowly. So here's hoping as the frame goes down to 6. So far so Dwarf. Yeah, look at that. We got some of them. Hell yeah. This zombie's like, I'm having second brains about this.
Woohoo!
I mean, look at that. Surprise, got him. I want to say that it starts in 15 minutes, but I may actually need to check time zones. I think Jess is pushing the actual announcement button, so I'm kind of waiting to hear from Jess. I'm sure some of them got passed. Yeah, they did. Let's group up some of the soldiers. For the few zombies that are lefteds. This guy kind of seems stuck down here. This one over here is burning. Yeah, I don't think this guy has anywhere else to go. Let's pull them all out at once. They're not going to make it very far. Whoops. Something's collapsed on the surface. Stuff is burning. It's kind of sad that the lava doesn't make it right where I need it to make it. Walls of color have returned. Let's see how they did. Were they able to get Neezer back? The canyons of voicing outmatched the goblin. And we had a strong positional advantage attacking, and it seems that first we killed Ago, we killed another Ago, we killed Aiton, Zom. Looks like we're fighting with their leader. Stozu, their leader, was now struck down. Now the question is, were we able to rescue 12 minutes and 40 seconds? Yeah, okay, cool. I was right. I was right. Dwarf Urvad was struck down by a cave dragon, so we did lose one dwarf, it seems. But clash with 1,142 trolls, but no luck saving Neezer. So plenty of zombies are on fire at the moment. This is a pretty glorious, but also at the same time, kind of gruesome scene. I mean, they're just like trying to climb over the fire and just falling into the lava left and right. But we're going to have some zombies that we need to kill more around this area. I have to say that I think that lava flow there, pretty effective. Oh, I think we're starting to figure out who's been torched by the oopsie. So that's unfortunate. Good news is I can memorialize them. These duders are on fire now. Also, standing on burning clothing will set the rest of them on fire eventually. There they are. And Ashen the Dyer has also been missing for a week. Kinda just sort of maybe obliterate a bunch of my dwarves with some lava. It's unfortunate that it had to happen, but... Probably ready to charge now. Here they come. Let's follow one of my Marks dwarves. It's got their crossbow and 21 silver bolts. I should just make a bunch of steel bolts, I think. Firing bolts as best I can. Firing directly up at an angle. And then I'm going to send the Marks dwarves. Thinking about sending the Marks dwarves just up to about here. Let's see how this goes. They should be able to hit them. Actually, let's send them up here too. Fingers crossed here, chat. I'm hoping this is going to go as well as I'm expecting it to. Let's watch Zul'Ban head in the correct direction. Do you have any kills yet, Zul'Ban? No, you don't. How many bolts do you have? Good number of copper bolts, as well as some bismuth and steel. Also going to go down here and tell them to close this. Maybe instead I should send them over here. I need them to get close enough so that they can shoot. But also, you know, not get turned into lava death. Oh, it's unreachable? Shit. Oopsies. Need the whole squad. Let's go right here. It might also be the smoke that's stopping them from being able to see them. It's a long walk that they have to go on to get around here. Yeah, they probably just can't see through the smoke is the issue. Or at the... Oh, nope, there they go. See, firing the bolts. Strikes the axe dwarf in the head, but it's deflected. It's deflected. This is some excellent training right here. Look at this. All the way up to adequate already. So I'll have to go get more ammo. Got one up here who's firing. Already gone up to skilled. Yeah, no, this is what we need. It's going to take a while until they actually get successful hits, but hey. Let's actually just grab the bolts. Send them all over there. Trying to poke the VOD from the lava thingy. Did Shen end up dead? I don't know who Shen is. You mean Shaku? Like, did you have a dwarf? If you had a dwarf, I'm not going to know what their first name is. Like, we had Ashen and then Erdim. I'm not sure who this dwarf that you're talking about is. They were climbing up the wall. Oh, no, that dwarf definitely died. The one that was bleeding to death absolutely died. 100%. So because of the smoke, they can't actually see through, so we have to wait for these to burn out. This is a pretty dramatic little fight. Although, you know what actually might be the better way to kill them at this point? Because they've spread out a little bit. I could probably just turn the lava back on. I think I'm just going to do that. To hell with my frames, I don't need them. No. That dwarf definitely, like... If you're talking about the one that was bleeding, no, they died. They absolutely died. They were the body that appeared. They literally, like, melted. They died from third-degree burns covering their entire body. These zombies are about to have a very, very warm day. I mean, here it goes again. Round 2. Zombie lava gurgle goo. Success, I say. Glorious. The problem is zombies just, like, are physically incapable of surrendering. So, like, even though I've killed most of them, this last one will stand here until none of them are left. Although there's also these two. It's kind of funny, actually. It's a pretty successful little defense. I mean, how many more of them are on fire? Most of them. Vast majority, even. More like zombie goop. All right, chat. So my stream team is hosting a game jam. And in 1 minute-ish, it begins. So if you're taking part in the game jam, if you're not and you want to, it's not too late to join. Although I can't actually load the page at the moment, which is a little odd. Once it decides to load. Trying to load it. It's not too late to join. There are some people probably that are looking for teams still. There is a Discord that is associated with it if you want to join that. That's the Halcyon Frequency Community Discord, which is my stream team. And if this page loads, the theme's about to be announced. I will tab out and maybe a little load. in just a couple minutes. Theme 404 not found, pretty much, yeah. Oh, nope, it loaded. There we go. Let me pause game. There we go. So now I'm just waiting for Jess to update it so that it says what the theme is. But this is the actual game jam itself and the page for it. You have 6 days to submit your submissions. And if I scroll down here, this theme will be announced at the beginning of the jam. So we just need to wait for Jess to update it because I think that Jess is doing it. Let me just refresh this once more. I think HIO is having a hard day. Yeah, looks like she's updating it. Although I can't actually load it again. I think Jess is in the same boat. But yeah, once Jess gets into the back end, the theme will get announced. And we just have 1 or 2 more zombies. 2 more, it looks like? 3? 3 more zombies that need to be torched. 4 more zombies that need to be torched. Just close this again. I also need to pop over here.
Jess Lurk.
Thanks, Jess. Could I get a round of beers? I'm gonna go. Thanks for the first resub in 2 hours, by the way. And unforbid my drinks making jobs, because we're getting a little low on those. Drinks, that is. Means you have work again? What? What means you have work again? I have a question, Dibbledon. What is Video Games Day? Oh, drinks making, right. Oh, if your guy didn't die, yeah, no, I see what you mean. No, your dwarf's still alive. Although I did have to interrogate you for committing a crime recently. Still at it. Also, you're thirsty at the moment, so... checks out, frankly. I forgot that you were a brewer specifically. It looks like the lava's already slowing down. It is. Just gonna send the Marks Dwarves up here. It's also always an unreachable location that I select first. Should just make like a platform up here. I mean, I don't want the dwarves to die, but saying I care about the quality of work might be being a bit generous, but... I like to think I do, at the very least. Got 7 iron bolts. I'm just gonna queue up some steel bolts. Don't actually need that many. Let's see if the page is updated. Still reloading. Wow. Actually, no, it did update. Sweet. So I can pause this real quick. So the theme has been announced for the Game Jam. 34 people have entered, which is actually a lot more than I thought. Or more than yesterday. The theme is mundane tasks. So general rules can all be seen here. Of course, if you want to like jump into the Discord, there's a link right there. There is a looking for group room if you would like to chat with other people who are working on stuff or try and join a team. And good luck, have fun. And then once the game jam's up in 6 days, well, 7 days, and submissions are done, I will have to go through and look at some of the games. If not all of them, assuming I can get them to run. So if you can have a Linux version, that'll make my life a lot easier. Otherwise, I will just simply cry in Sandbox. Best of luck, everybody. Is there still smoke? It's funny, sometimes Mark's dwarves seem to have inhuman aim and the ability to like, well, dwarven, I suppose, not inhuman. Like the ability to aim at ridiculously awkward angles and shoot incredibly far. And then sometimes like they're just, they can't hit the broadside of a bus. Like, dwarves are definitely creatures of extremes. Also, this captain seems completely incompetent. Well, at least it is accessible. I mean, I can run stuff through Proton, yeah. I can also run it sandboxed or run it through Lutris. I've got a few different options. Now we just have to wait until they move over. Let my Mark's dwarves deal with them. So there isn't too many of them left. Then down here, I can put a brick on this. And also go over here real quick and throw in some more of those gravestones that we made. It's kind of sad sometimes that Steam doesn't do any bodily damage to things like zombies. Like, I think the heat from it can sometimes cause dwarves to bleed, but... I've certainly had mixed results getting the dwarves to actually hit anything with these Mark's dwarves. Just can't get a clean line of fire, I think. What about right here? Oh, they're moving. Maybe not. Kind of looks like they could get through, but I suppose they can't. Frame rate's back, so that's good news. Did those dwarves just run away? Excuse me. What are you doing? You're supposed to be stationed. Well. Alright, well, we got a genius in our midst. Let's see what they do. Climbing over all of the lava. They haven't caught fire yet. Monkey barsing over more lava. Still haven't caught fire yet. Climbing up and shimmying along a wall. And is now punching an axe dwarf corpse. And punched it so hard in the left foot that its foot sailed off. Punched it so hard in the right foot that its right foot sailed off. Punched it in the lower body so hard that it bruised the muscle. Punched it in the right hand, which bruised the bone. And also then punched it in the head. I'm also thinking that this squad needs their gear updated because I think this dwarf is using a artifact crossbow that isn't... Oh, did you just... You just fell into the lava, didn't you? But somehow managed to not catch fire, so that's incredible. Also, you have water in your water skin, which seems wise. And then you proceed to... Oh. You're firing at something? Oh, you're firing your crossbow at this sucker. I'm just going to tell them to come over here and help. Come on, you got this. Oh, I saw a bunch of bolts go out. And now you crazy bastard. Sizerin, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. For our friend here. Mark's dwarves are just like kiting around the zombies and firing bolts, which is always fun to watch. I love seeing that. Although, where did that dwarf go? Where'd that funny dwarf go? No, seriously, like, where'd that dwarf go? Oh, there you are. Saltmar is dodging around away from this zombie because he's run out of ammo. And it appears that the captain of this squad is just punching it to death. Very efficiently. I mean, this is one hell of a martial arts dwarf. That's for sure. The siege is done, and that dwarf did most of it by hand. I think I had a artifact crossbow that I had this dwarf assigned using, so let's actually swap these out. And let's turn off the station. Sure as hell looks like it. So now the last thing I need to do is all of this is now set up correctly. Yes. So with all of this set up correctly, I can now turn the burrow back on. Just so that I don't torch all of the dwarves, you know? You right here can be turned on again. So now that everything's been set up correctly, nothing has changed, yes. Still on mint. I updated it, though. Unavailable. Done that. Yeah, I have almost no interest in migrating to other flavors of Linux. I talked about this at length earlier. I don't want to talk about it again. And then we can turn that on. So can I get that big old flow of lava? Because this should work as intended now, which is not torching all of my dwarves. Yerp, it's working as intended. We get 3 Z levels worth of lava geyser coming directly out of the top of it. 4 Z levels, actually. Do we have 5? 4 Z levels worth of lava. I think that right there is due for a round of applause. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And a dwarf has been possessed. Sergeant Donut? Sorry, I'm just... You didn't see anything. All right. Like I said, you didn't see anything. And this is what it looks like in ASCII. This looks not good. This is intended. Hey, chat, we have lava emotes. You should post it. What I'm really curious to see is exactly how much this is going to be able to clean before it starts to run out of lava. That's what I really want to see. Or rather, once it gets far enough away that the lava starts to cool. Let's send out another gusher. The Forgotten Beast Usu has come, a huge blob composed of fire. It has 3 long, hanging tails and a bloated body. Will this finally be the thing that does away with the sleeping monster? Also, is it still sleeping? That's the other question. Nope, it's up and awake again. This is a green ball of fire. It's also not actually going that slowly. My frame rate's just at 20 right now. But it is a blob of fire. It's basically Rock of Fire in Twitch chat here. This is you, IRL, right? And this beastie is a fire-breathing dinosaur who's killed 7 Forgotten Beasts. Which is a feathered petrosaur. It has a straight horn, which is ravening. Its sepia feathers are downy. Beware its fire. So ball of fire versus fire dino. Fire dino win. By a lot. Fire dino do indeed win by a lot. Let's just get this sucker sealed up. And then decide what I want to do with this. So I built this just kind of for funsies, if you will. But what I'm thinking is I need a real entrance for this fortress, which currently I don't have. And I want the entrance to the fortress to come in through like here.
Crypt beer, crypt lava.
So I'm very much thinking that I make a tunnel that goes over top of that and into the front of the fort. The fortress attracted no migrants this season. Jeez, I wonder why. And one sock, two sock. Thank you very much for the 13th month. Appreciate you greatly. Means a lot, dude. And investments are open for those of you who care. But I think the priority right now should be a combination of maybe making that entrance and finishing that arena. Almost 1,000 hours. It's a lot of time, Xylium. Thanks for the time. Thanks for the views. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. And speaking of views, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. It really does help. How is this intended? What is that supposed to do? I'm basically making a volcano geyser, so like an artificial lava eruption. I mean, it's very much a real lava eruption, but I'm basically manufacturing a lava overflow because it's a very effective form of defense. But I'm thinking, if the entryway goes that way, that would be pretty easy to manage and build off of. And then once they're all the way in here, I just need a drawbridge over there and then just nick it and they all turn into a whoosh. And I could also build lava trenches through this and make a big, cool, grizzly lava moat. And do all kinds of fun stuff. Artisan lava. Exactly. I like that term. Works perfectly for me. Actually, instead of that, I'm going to go in up here. This will make sense in a minute, I swear. I mean, actually, I don't. It may not make sense, but I will try and make it make sense. And I'm going to go up to here. And we're going to keep on keeping on. We're going to pillage with this squad. And at the same time, raid with this squad, trying to free captives. Good luck, Granite Blades. Granite Blades, of course, are led by Kadol, legendary militia captain. We've also got Romanoid, as well as Poobert all heading out. That's all full down there. Is it this that's still filling? Something's still filling somewhere. Frame rate should be coming back any moment. Yeah, it is. Back up to 35. Hi, hello, Voltax. What's up? My ceiling, hopefully. And the direction the trees grow. It is a vertical direct. I'm trying to think. I need to like go look up the definition of the word up. So whenever people ask me what's up, I can literally tell you and be the most insufferable person on the internet. Yeah, let's just use conglomerate. I actually really like the color of conglomerate, even though it's like a pretty common stone. Oh, shit. It's gonna make things a little bit annoying, as I kind of screwed that up, but oh well, I can fix it. Famous last words. Relatively speaking. You know, that's a very good question. I'll have to ponder that one for some time, I think. Just gonna butcher some animals in case that's what the mood wants. Also gonna go down into here and start unforbidding other unrelated tasks. Always wondered about this. You can tell them to repeat when they're slaughtering an animal. Does that mean they'll just slaughter more turkeys? Because, like, there's only one of that turkey to slaughter. I've wondered this for a while. I should probably unpause the game. That'll help. And the frame rate's back. There's a streamer who has memorized the Wikipedia on chairs and can recite it from memory. I have a genuine question. Why? There has to be like a, maybe not logical, but like an explainable reason why that is. It's funny to whip out. It's not like some chair stream bit or something. Then that's kind of disappointing, actually. Your cat just sat in a basket on your desk. You toss your keys in. Well, your cat is now keys. Congratulations. You have given up your cat and acquired keys. Cat's probably trying to tell you something. There's definitely some deep meaning and or message to the cat's actions. It wants to go for a drive. Cat, that's not cat-like behavior. That would make me not believe, but consider the fact that perhaps your cat has been kidnapped and is no longer your cat, and it's actually what you're actually looking at is a highly intelligent alien that's trying to communicate with you by telling you that it's no longer a cat because cats would never want to go for a car ride. It's very uncat-like behavior. Hello, Server Lord. I'm bullshitting. How are you? Is this like me when I like? It's like when I say that I like ketchup. You know that I've actually been kidnapped and I'm no longer here. It's like blink twice if you need help kind of deal. Cats do indeed nap. That much I know is true.
A lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup. You know, I'm still not I'm not sure if I am actually happy that that's a sound command in this channel. Like sometimes like I think back on things I did in the past. I'm like, yeah, that was funny, and then that one pops up, and I'm like, yeah, that happened. Like, it's kind of doubled back around, and it's just become awkward again. After polite discussion with a local ruler, Zulban has claimed the position of abbot of the Fellowship of Vaults. That's not the first time that's happened to me. Well, congratulations. You're now a religious leader, Zulban. My first squad hath returneth. How did they do? Polite, yes. It was very polite. Well, it certainly wasn't pull heavy. That is true, Tungdale. It is better that your cat sits next to your desk than pulling your keyboard off. The dwarf cattle outmatched the goblin. The cave dragon check good.
clashed with 117 cave dragons, slaying 6. My cave dragons slayed 6 of their cave dragons. My cave dragon much better than theirs. Cave dragon then clashed with them again, slaying 6 more. The Granite Bay Blades, ably led by Cuddle, clashed with 111 cave dragons, slaying 5. Led by the Dwarf Cuddle, they clashed again with 132 trolls, slaying 5. Did Necrontyr die? Let me double check. Zareza has struck down a Gubbin. If you died, it was yesterday. I don't think you died today. Wolf is striking down goblins. Clash with 1,142 blind cave ogres, slaying 6. No, you're still alive. Would you like to name one of your children? Or, like, another dwarf something? Or, like, a workshop? I don't know. I often read through and miss them. Let's go with Necro Jr. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and is very happy and optimistic. He's very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself, as he finds dignified society be stifling and silly when properly considered. Sounds like a child. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Definitely a child. Is not careful with resources when working on projects and spends unnecessary effort. Has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Finds this troubling since he values perseverance. He's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and often feels lustful. He has a sense of duty. He can sense that duty. And he enjoys the company of others. He does not often feel envious of others and has little interest in joking around. He rarely feels discouraged, and after seeing Elfpole's dead body, rip, and is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since he values friendship. That was your mum, by the way, Elfpole's. And he is bothered by... he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. So he likes drawing, but is bad at it, and does not feel swayed by emotional appeals. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Has the highest regard for loyalty, and finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Can't fathom why anyone would want to live an orderly and harmonious society, and thinks that working hard is an abject idiocy, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and sees power over others as something to strive for, and respects perseverance. No, it wasn't his mother. It was Necrontyr's partner. Lover, maybe? You're a member of the Golden Cult. You worship the god Akil. It's the god of mines. And, yeah, shit. Well, I mean, it's not my fault that Okay, here, I'll name it Necrontyr Jr. Or how about just Necron Jr.? How's that? Better? Although I feel like edgy kid would name themselves after the thing that the Dwarven society is trying to exterminate. That checks out to me. Seems like edgy dwarf child behavior. Or just edgy child behavior. Goblin Jr. Dinosaur Jr.'s arch nemesis. You know, I keep on being shocked by just how good the moods are in this fort, all things considered. Kobold Jr. I should listen to some Dinosaur Jr. again. It's been a while. So I need to go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So I regret this already. 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 60. So basically like 60 levels. 70? 65 levels. Fuck. That's a lot of levels. Let's go here and just type in cage. Oh boy. What am I building down there? Well, I was kind of thinking about building a front door with ramps, but for the sake of my own sanity, I might just go with stairs. It's supposed to be a front door. Like a proper one. Because currently the fort really doesn't have a front door. Let's just go all the way up to right about here. This needs some doors. I can dig through this. And just do... I might do the old school, like, cross-section design. Because there's some elements of that that can make it look really nice. Uh-oh, that seems bad. Ah. Tree fell over. Dwarf seems fine, though, so that's good. Dwarves have returned from the big attempts to get Neezer back again. Also, I have to say that this dwarf's last name is great. At least the one that they made an item of. Inguz Lilokogon, the peasant, has created Zatan Handererith Rinlomoses, oaken figurine of Cyril Goldgun, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. Just going to jump to up here. It's an oak figurine. I have currently disabled visitors from the fort. The fortress has been in lockdown for a bit because they were so constant. I never had the opportunity to like do anything else. It was literally just nonstop forever. Oh God, please help. Baddies everywhere kind of deal. So in order to maintain some sense of brain chemistry and not just go nuts, I had to deal with, I had to deal with it. Okay, so right here, this is an oaken figurine of Cyril Goldgem. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Cyril Goldgem, the dwarf and dwarves in oak by Inges. Cyril Goldgem is surrounded by the dwarves. Artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cyril to the position of queen of the strategic boots in 255. It is encrusted with round malachite cabochons and emerald cut citrines. It is decorated with rope reed and encrusted with bands of oak and round malachite cabochons and table-cut amber opals. This object menaces with spikes of malachite. On the item is an image of a soybean plant in oak. On the item is an image of Maffal, lure boiled, the dwarf, and Tubal, flagseas. Tubal flagseas, the brown, the dwarf in oak. Tubal flagseas, the brown, is striking down Maffal. And the artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Maffal by the dwarf Rotten Butcher, Tubal, the brown, in Brasspleet in the scintillating mountain in the early winter of 230 during Stezochorist, the molten assaults. On the item is an image of the disemboweler of perishment? The sleek sheep will write glove in Forgotten Beastbone. I think that's a glove I made in my fort. That is a upsetting name for an artifact. If anybody's wondering what that is, that's steam because it's currently raining, and that's how hot all that armor still is. Okay, so that's not the entrance that we're making. This is the entrance that we're making. Okay, so I actually need to turn something on real quick. Let's go to game. Let's just do 5x5. 5x5, 5x5, 5x5. Although along the tops here, I'm going to do that. Except I will make a nice corner here. And that's going to be the proper front door. And also over here, Dimmed Wild. Wow. A vehicle just drove by, and it was the perfect right angle for the sun to reflect off of their windshield, off of the building across the street, and through my window and into my eye. My bad eye, which only sees light. That really hurt. Ouch. How goes the fort? Pretty great. It's been chaos, but in a fun way.
Orange
Quite
PJ
fucking literally orange.
100. Blinded by the light.
Quite fucking literally. Quite fucking literally. Literally got flashbanged. Yeah, no. I would quote that. I quite literally just got flashbanged. That'll all get worked on pretty quickly. I just want this dwarf to finish this first. And then over here we work on this. I would reflect the sun in a certain way and it basically created a dangerous hotspot. Wasn't that in the UK? Or was there another building that did that? It wouldn't surprise me if there was another building that did that. Although that certainly sounds like something that would happen in Vegas. Also, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. I haven't looked much today because literally have a 404 on the Game Jam post. There we go. It loads now. I refreshed it again. We're about $40 away from the daily minimum, but I'm not too worried because the YouTube channel is still doing pretty well. Even though the most recent big video has slowed down, it's like absolutely accelerated the pace my YouTube channel is getting views once again, which is really nice, actually. To actually be making like a substantial amount of money on YouTube again. It's been a while, I think since the Gremlin video, more or less. Because the last two big videos kind of didn't do much, really. They just kind of came and went. They didn't really set the content world on fire, if you know what I mean. I ever play Puzzle Pirates? No, but I'm always like kind of confused when Puzzle Pirates comes out because I had a couple friends for a couple years who I played a lot of multiplayer games with, like a lot of Counter-Strike and stuff, who were obsessed with Puzzle Pirates. And I never really got it. So, no, but why in the world does that thing come up as much as it does? I don't get it. Like, I remember they were like playing, they're like, oh yeah, no, this game's awesome. And I'm like, yeah, why don't you go play Neopets while you're at it? Fuck. Oopsies. No, don't go down. Go up. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor hit 1.0, so you gotta check that out. Gotcha, gotcha. Neopets, I was 16 and pressing F5 to win a furniture from bots for my first girlfriend. Yep, nope, that's certainly that video game. All right, I need to use this as an opportunity to test out my lava geyser. All right, Beasties here. We really want to fight with you, and we want to do our best to do right by you and murder you as best we can. However, I cannot do that until after I finish digging this tunnel. Can you wait? Yeah? Okay, cool. I can't wait to see how this stuff changes. It's actually a pretty scary siege. They've got dragons. Like, seriously. I have a pretty decent pop for a 24-year-old game. Some people never grew up and want to relive their childhood, or just kept playing and have video game Stockholm syndrome, which is pretty common. So I don't know. It never really grabbed me in any way. Like I did like Tetris and such, but uh-oh, that's actually not good. Okay, hold on. Okay, but what I do need to do is I need to do this. We haven't played in a few years. Need DOSBox. Kind of weirds me out that, like... Okay, I know that Windows shouldn't be expected to do nice things. But, like, doesn't it weird anybody else out that, like, Microsoft doesn't have, like, a built-in DOSBox? Like, shouldn't all that code just be... Like, shouldn't that be easy? Like, I kind of think about that a lot. I'm like, I think that should be easy. They should just be able to do that. Like, kind of without thinking about it. Cheers, Dolkin. Snooze good, friend. This fort has gotten a lot more violent than I was expecting it, honestly. But it's been entertaining, I think. So they should just dig through the center here. And then turn around and hit this. Someone else is solving it? Or rather, why don't they have DOSBox like pre-installed on Windows? Like, I don't know. It's just, it's I know it's a, like a why would they? It's a why not, I guess? I guess it's for the same, I'm wondering that for the same reasons that I wonder, Microsoft owns Doom. Why can't you run Excel? Why can't you run Doom in Excel yet? You know, like why isn't there like an Excel command to just run Doom? It's like megabytes. Nobody would notice it in the install, and it would be funny. I guess what I'm really wondering is, why doesn't big corporation have sense of humor? And I shouldn't actually be wondering that. You're welcome, Tim G. Mate, it's Doom. Like, there is exceptions to that rule to a degree. I'm sorry, what? Are they already attacking? That's breaking the rules. Where are they breaking my doors? Hold up. What's the name of that? Son of a bitch! So today I learned where are you? that cave dragons do not care about parlays. Like, look, he broke that door and all these doors. You just had a human siege start wandering in your tavern once? Really? That's really funny, actually. Well, okay, so let's... Burrow is on. I'm just gonna presume that that's all of the cave dragons in my fortress. If there's more, we'll deal with them. Gage's been reelected in other news. Gate is shut. Are any of the other ones in my fortress? Or is it just the one? Okay, so there's two of them. So I'm just going to send my entire army right here. And just tell them to kill this one. That's the first one. And this one, who's now currently fighting. Oh, that's mine. This one, who is now currently fighting with Atu, who's my other cave dragon, and also my dogs. But they seem to be doing a pretty good job, and they got it. Somebody fired a bolt. Must have been you. Or you. Actually, did you kill it? I swear. No, you didn't. Did you land a hit? No, you didn't. All right, well, that's that done. They almost killed my dog. So, I'm presuming that that's going to deny the parlay anyway, so I'll give them an assist and help them out with it. Whoop. Etor was found dead. Ah. There's another one. Great. So this is Fulljaws, who actually is a legendary hammer dwarf, who was my captain of the guard for a while, who's now running away as fast as their little legs can carry them. Although, I'm noticing a problem with this plan. And this is the problem with this plan. There's other ways in. There comes my squatties. Hold on. Also need to check something. All right, dwarves, you should be able to head back up now. Please just go back to where you were. That is truly bizarre, though. I do have to say. Where are you going to go drink? Like, why are they using this route? Ah, I see. I see. They're using this like a highway. It'll stop being an issue once this is sealed. And once this is sealed. Beer Lord? What am I naming Beer Lord, Server Lord? You gotta give me a little bit more information to work with than that. I'm not at all distracted right now, so I will actually name that once I'm done with this siege. What was I doing? Where was I going? I'll surprise you? Okay. I'll surprise you. Challenge accepted. You're now a still. Beer Lord. Alright, oh, I see the problem. Speaking of Beer Lord, chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? We're in an ad break, so I will pause the game. In all seriousness, though, I don't have any unnamed brewers. Dwarf is actively avoids exciting and stressful situations, feels strong urges, I'm burning an ad break, and seeks short-term rewards, dislikes helping others, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, is very humble and doesn't handle stress well, tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She has a sense of duty, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she has an active sense of humor and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind working outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally views tranquility as the highest ideals, sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and finds blind honesty foolish. Likes graphite and bismuth, as well as praise opal and guinea fowl and leather and gems and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And the words of the early dress and the sound of the iron of mines and the sight of the heliotrope festival, when possible, prefers to consume apricot wine and can't stand rats. Sounds like you to a T. How about a Y or a B? Speaking of a B, not too many siegers. They're mostly on the hillside at the moment, heading towards the fort. Okay, so this side's done. It looks like I'm actually going to end up fighting them in here, which I'm not super thrilled about, but we'll do it. Because at the top of this, has this been dug through yet? No, it hasn't. See if we can get these dwarves out of here. Because I need to get that stairwell done. Whoop. It seems that my dwarves have found the enemy. We've got a Cole over here who's tired, and then we've got Dimmed Wild as well. This might be how the enemy falls in this fight. It's crashing through, falling off the cliff, actually. Got stunned briefly, fell down again, got stunned a second time, has stood back up, and is attempting to make a break for it, it seems. The goblins are coming down one at a time, which is the only thing keeping her alive at the moment. She tumbles back down the cliff, and then back down the cliff. She's actually leading them away, which may allow my dwarves the opportunity to survive, or more of the dwarves the opportunity to survive. Got more dwarves still stuck outside. The final piece has not yet been placed. Let's instead just put a wall right here. Block. Let's use that. Let's remake it. We've still got one dwarf down at the bottom here, fighting upwards. There's also Etur, who's about to fall in the middle of this fighting, who's fighting gloriously through the remaining goblins. I've improved my armor. That was satisfying, he says, before falling. Down below, we've got Cole, who's still overexerted and falls. Absolute heroes, those two. And then over on the side, we've got Dimmed Wild, who's fighting around the edge. Shifting, moving, striking. Once again, glorious. How many kills do you have? 62. Falling. Dodging, moving. And she's broken the siege. I will note that. Over here, my Mason Cyril is trying to make his way through. All right, that's it. I'm just going to send the military out to go help. Not sure where this dwarf is going or what this dwarf is trying to do. But where is she? The one remaining dwarf has taken out several more and is continuing to single file move through the remaining goblins, occasionally vaulting. Oh no, that was quite the fall. She fell off of a cliff, and her lower body takes the full force of the impact. But it was deflected. She rolls, falls, crashes, and hits the ground. She's in pain and bleeding. She's no longer able to grasp properly and is on the ground, but the goblins are retreating. So I think that the dutiful may actually survive. In fact, she's going to go kill another beak dog because fuck it. And probably that goblin as well. In fact, currently she's just whacking them in the head with her sword. I presume that's her sword. Maybe it's her shield. Should look at the right person. Yeah, she's literally just thwacking them with her shield. Standing there just whipping it with her shield because one of her hands is fucked up from the fall. Takes out two of them. She's completely overexerted and satisfied after improving wrestling. And is continuing to end the final few goblins. Yeah, who is and what is Nyx? And I don't understand. Wait, your Pomeranian wants a banana? Why does your Pomeranian want a banana? Are you going for another? You're still going. The one benefit of these extraordinarily vertical maps like this is it takes forever for the enemies to actually retreat. Making it so if you really want to just execute everything, it's actually very easy. Okay, so they're all coming out the bottom down here. Something I'm going to do as well is I'm going to go up to right here. I'm actually just going to lock this. And I'm going to use the Burninator anyway. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to make a body stockpile down here. Holy Vault chasing out. Throw 2 plump omelet roasts in tow. Like, there's very few goblins left here. Actually, why don't I just send this squad over here? Let's also turn off the burrow. Oh. So it's like stealing sweets. Got it. Okay. I didn't realize that that was the name of your Pomeranian. It's like taking away the dog's treat, where the dog can see it. I think that was a very unplanned and frantic and terrifying battle, but I think that went about as well as it could. You know what I mean? Honestly, I think that went about as well as it could have. The only real alternatives I can see is that just going significantly worse. So. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to finish up the last of this. And I'm going to give all these goblins a Viking's funeral. I'm just going to place a stockpile for corpses right here. I'm also going to go over to here. Let's see what else I can do over here for tombs. Because I clearly need them. Okay. Okay. And then just see if I can get those dwarves who died cleaned up and put away. Ironically, I think the moods have actually improved recently, which kind of doesn't make much sense to me, but I'll take it. Sure as shit not complaining. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this tool. Now, some of these dwarves will have already died a while ago, and that's okay. I need to get caught up anyway. Have a good day at work, false name Shaku. I mean, now employed Shaku. Just realized I did all of this with the wrong materials. These were all set to be the closest. Simply won't do. Instead, I'm going to go back over to this and do this instead. Then I will go around and do this. You can be whatever's closest. Because the tomb type doesn't matter. I'm sure you'll get back there someday. It's predicting the future. True, 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 true. Cool tombs. Thank you. I really like doing vertical tombs like this. I find them very efficient and easy to make, but also pretty satisfying looking. Let's see how many dwarves are injured after that. Okay, what do you need? No treatment scheduled, wounds, status, intraction, smashed open, upper arm bone, right shoulder bone has an overlapping fracture. That you can recover from that. That's not too bad. Alana, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Welcome, raiders. Hello, everybody. My name's Greg. The internet calls me blind. I play too much Dwarf Fortress, and the stream team that me and Alana are both part of is hosting a game jam that started a few hours ago. An hour and 15 minutes ago. How's things? How was stream? I'm recovering from a siege that just went horribly wrong. There's a lot of bodies over here on the side of the hill, and most of them aren't mine, so that's good. But there's still a lot of bodies there, so that part is not great. I'm just happy that it's started the game jam. But we're going to get rid of the bodies in a fun way. I'm going to set the whole thing on fire, and we're going to give them a big old Viking funeral. So here's hoping they appreciate it. Fully. This is much more dangerous than it looks. This is a lava geyser thingy that I can use on command, basically. And that is a dwarf who's been possessed. Did some town to city in Timberborn hard mode. Gotcha. Timberborn is hard. I've heard that. That game is, like, susceptively difficult. And apparently we're at war with Kias now, because there's Kias everywhere. They must be honking at us. It's okay. Better late than never. Better late than never. Just set on fire. Yay! Everything's fire. It's halfway there. Dwarves don't know what a boat is, so... There's water in the general vicinity. It counts. Currently, I'm just trying to get my dwarves buried in proper tombs. Unlike the goblins, which I'll just burn. Out of either sheer laziness or convenience. I'm not totally sure which. Probably both. Most likely both. Padoom. There we go. So the few dwarves who died are now getting placed in tombs. If you watch this dwarf, you can actually see exactly how bad the fight was. New use for lockpicks. Fishing grid out of charge port on your phone. I have a few questions, but I use toothpicks for that. Now you can see truly just how bad the fight went. Poor dwarf. It's a mad dash that they have to make. You don't stick your phone in dirt. I'll have you know, when I worked in restaurants, and like, Josh the 123, thanks for the 6 months in advance at tier 2. Holy shit. Unless I misread that. No, I misread that. Thank you very much for the 6 months at tier 2. It reads like 6 months in advance, but it's not. Appreciate you. All the same, mate. When I worked in fast food, I would get the craziest grit. It was like salt, grease, fat, everything that you get all over your hands in a restaurant, picking up your phone. I would have to clean up my case once or twice a week. Ibel the Weaver has created Aridavush, a sheep's wool sock, and claims it as a personal treasure. Good for you, Dwarf. This is a sheer sheep wool sock. They had to shear the sheep to get the sock, you know what I'm saying? All craftsmanship is of the highest quality, is decorated with sheep's wool and cat leather, as well as encircled with bands of sheep wool and rectangular shell cabochons. It is made from sheep's wool cloth. The thread is pale pink, masterfully colored with radish dye. Gasperi is who did the dyeing of the cloth. On the item is an image of dwarves in sheep's wool. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Colorbeard by the mountain of dyes of the strategic boots in the early spring of 300. Also, that's almost a hype train. Lanix, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Alana. Arm. Let's go sock. Let's let them put that away and then we'll lock the door again. Just don't run too fast, Tim G. Just don't run too fast. Just needs a prime sub from somebody. Or a resub. And that's a hype train. I kind of wish that they made pairs of socks, but they don't, so I don't really complain all that much. And in regards to me misusing the term Viking funeral, I have a feeling most Vikings would be honored to have their bodies torched by a volcano. Just suits the vibe, you know? For unforbidding everything on the surface. I mean, as long as it's not alive, yeah. As long as I'm not alive when I'm getting torched by the volcano, I'm down. Like, in all seriousness. That's really my only... That's really my only asterisk there. As long as I'm not alive during the process. Such a long walk for these dwarves to get down to the ground. This is what happens when you don't turn on the smooth cliffs option. In World Gen, you get these really, really weird pathing patterns to get up and down. Still a possible hype train. Chop down some more of this. I'm probably just going to wall this off at the end. Kind of tempted to just put a roof on it. Yeah, maybe not right now. It'll fill up with lava regardless. It'll dump some over the sides, but it'll be fine. Just throw me in the maw of a volcano? What do you mean, not a ring? In World Gen, there is a option that's on by default, which is occasionally smooth off steep cliffs, which I disabled because it helps you get these exceptionally steep mountains like this. But it does mean that there will be areas that are inaccessible and, like, it's going to make pathing a lot weirder. Percuss, thanks for the raid. Holy shit. You know, I've gotten more raids in the last 72 hours than I think I've gotten in the last month and a half. What's up, man? Thanks a ton. I'm presuming that you were Vintage Story, Ing. Hopefully my assumption is accurate. And I hope that it went well. Had a great time. Good stuff. Anything particularly noteworthy for anybody who would understand what a Vintage Story thing is? I.e. not me. No. 0 plans. Luigi. Stopped that in, what, 2017, and I will never go back. I'm good. That is a really deep callback, though. Holy shit. Don't see that one very often. I've told people this a couple times, but, like, that's something that you guys could, like, the people who still want that, or would want that, are more than welcome to do it. You just gotta do it. But I won't be taking part. Made it to iron. Cool. Made the first armor's hammer in iron. Good stuff. Good stuff. I know what that means. I don't know the significance of that. Did I get to play the ASCII version? I first started playing Dwarf Fortress in 2009 because I had just beaten a game called ADOM, Ancient Domains of Mystery. It's on Steam, ADOM. Although don't play Ultimate ADOM, it's trash garbage. Although I actually wonder just how well ADOM ages. I'd just beaten it with a lot of saves coming, admittedly, and was looking for something else to play. And so a friend of mine said, well, you know, you like roguelikes. Have you tried Dwarf Fortress? And I said, well, what the hell? What's a Dwarf Fortress? And so I downloaded it and thought it was nonsensically complicated and Alt F4'd and deleted the thing. And then every 6 months for the next 5-10 years, I would re-download it, more 5 years, because I would hear something about it, like an update or a change or a bug or all the standard stuff that people have probably heard about or read about from Dwarf Fortress history. And I would reinstall it and try again. And eventually it stuck. It took a long time, but eventually it stuck. And it was about 2016 that I'd gotten good enough playing it off stream that I could, you know, keep a fort functional. And I'm doing that in like false air quotes, like functional. But like there was a lot of things I didn't know in the ASCII version. Like I didn't know how to deconstruct buildings and stuff. Like, I could sort of keep a fort alive for maybe a year, or maybe 2, and then I would delete it. And LimeWire still exists. Sorry, that's the only response I have to that, Linux. And then eventually I got good enough that I was like, you know what, I want to actually properly learn this. And at the time, my stream was dying because the RimWorld community was like, well, which was basically all I was streaming at the time, was just getting painfully obsessed with Twitch integration. And I never liked streaming games with Twitch integration. I never found that fun. So I kind of gave up on that, and instead of like trying to make it work, I just said, fuck it, my stream's gonna die, because my stream was getting less and less views every month, and I was expecting to go have to, you know, seek work again. Even though like I'd managed to get Twitch partner and a few other things, like I was just giving up basically. And I went and started streaming Dwarf Fort and played nothing but Dwarf Fortress for... Sorry, Dwarf. And then played nothing but Dwarf Fortress for about 6 months. And I learned the game properly at that point and got decent at it in that period of time. And then right around the time when I was about to be like, yep, nope, time to go get a real job, two things happened. My ex moved out, which is funny because it helped me. And then the Steam version was announced. It was like a couple weeks apart, if I remember correctly. I might have the dates wrong. It might have been a couple months apart. But the Steam version being announced brought enough new traffic to the channel that I was able to grow. Not considerably, but like enough. And my ex moving out made a lot of the people who supported the channel at the time double down and heavily support the channel. So between my ex moving out and Dwarf Fortress Premium being announced, I was able to float long enough to make it to Premium being released, and the rest is history. Got okay-ish maybe 5 years ago, Dr. Video? Yeah, that sounds about right. Which is why, like, when people comment on my YouTube videos, like, I'm never gonna get into this game, I've tried twice, and each time I bounce off, I'm like, mate, it took me 5 years to get, like, okay-ish. like, it took me 5 years to, like, not rage quit during World Gem. Like, you don't understand. How do you find Flux Rock? You need to settle somewhere with it and then find it. You dig, usually. It's like dolomite, marble, limestone. It's a few. They're the ones with kind of the roundish shape that people like to point out. Oh no, was that the dwarf that I locked in the room? Oh bad, shit, I feel so bad. Let's just go through here and pause everything that isn't a hauling job again and just get this done. And then I'll probably make a mist generator because we desperately need it. I'll probably put it in front of the body disposal area, so when they go to dispose of bodies, they just get covered in... sprayed with water and be very happy. I said limestone, didn't I? But yes, correct. Limestone is indeed a flux. Got Malachite. DF from Steam just has a lower barrier to entry. Like, the baseline getting into the game is much lower, which absolutely is true and absolutely helps. I'm also going to go over to here. Turn this on. I also really hope that we get some traders soon. Good news is most of the dwarves have stopped vomiting. I'd call that good news. I look up and I just see vomit just in other places that I wasn't looking at earlier. Well, I mean, okay, I stand corrected, but like, come on. Cool. There is a dwarf coming to place a dwarf in a tomb, Amethyst. Because you need to get your ears cleaned out and check for earwax, because I said traders, not traitors. That's why. Phelan. Glad to have all that cleared up. Goblins. We won. Wolf is wolf. Quite effectively, in fact, actually. Like, it could have gone a lot worse. Are all the cave dragons already named? None of the cave dragons are named, because nobody's named a cave dragon. So essentially they're open season, I suppose. As fun as goblin massacres are, that implies that they're fun, but I suppose I respect it. I mean, a lot of the struggle in Dwarf Fortress is just trying to get situations like this to be more manageable. Once this is done, the actual cleanup from sieges is going to be a lot more manageable going forward. Here, how about I give you both one? Blazing Iceberg. And Elf Poles has 4 kills. Blazing Iceberg has 4 kills, surprisingly. And revels in... Holy puppy explosion! Did you see that? I'm like mostly certain that those puppies all just erupted out of this dog right here. In fact, she feels adoration after giving birth to triplets. I'm convinced that that just happened. Puppy went poof. Can someone clip that? Anyway, we've got revels in chaos in Discord and encourages it whenever possible, is inattentive to detail in our own work, and is not really moved by art or natural beauty, does not seek out excitement and doesn't often feel envious of others, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and generally is quite confident in his abilities. When undertaking specific ventures, he is friendly and is a friendly individual and isn't particularly ambitious and doesn't focus on material goods and tends to be a little wasteful of more kind of projects. The other one, who is over here, is obsessed with order and structure in her own life. With everything kept in its proper place, she puts all of her hoarded loot in one spot. And tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And tends to be a bit stubborn and changing her mind about things. When undertaking specific ventures. She has an active sense of humor, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And she tends to hang on to grievances and does not go out of her way to help others in holy dwarfs. I think that's everything. Holy bodies. All right. I'm just going to go all Zooey doing and let them finish this. Thanks, ADJ. Ettins can not only wear 2 hats, they can wear 2 masks, 2 helmets, etc. Did you know that Gorlax can't wear shirts and they wear pants on their head? And worm men only wear 1 sock and 1 shoe. Don't ask me how their pants work. Those Gorlax are awesome sauce. I think it's because they don't have necks, but they also wear like necklaces on their heads, to be fair. Well, this is almost full, so we're making good progress. It's 1 distracted / upset kobold. These dwarves are getting thirsty because it takes so long to walk back and forth. You'd rock a cloak if you were a worm man? Cloak and a long skirt? I think that would be pretty styling, personally. And then we'll just wall the front off right here. In fact, I'll just deconstruct where I'm going to build the wall. And then once all that's done, and this is done, I'm just going to turn on the lava. Well, we do need to build walls across here. So these these bridges and these walls and this up top here. I'm going to turn on this lava and just burn everything that's in here. And that's how we're going to defend the fort going forward. A skirt is basically a single-legged pant. Disagree. But I take your statement about single-legged pant and raise you thigh-high stocking. Now, if you wanted to say, like, what are those, bell-bottom jeans? Like bell-bottom pants? Now, if you wanted to say that a skirt is a very big bell-bottom pants, then maybe I'd agree. Calm down the horny, Letteran. Calm down. Just remember we're talking about worm people here. It's like, just because we're all thinking it doesn't mean we need to say it. Meanwhile, YouTube chat's like, I like my worm men with a short skirt and a long cloak. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Also, another fun fact about Dwarf Fortress. Dwarves wear amulets on their heads because amulets were added to the game before necks were added to the game, and Tarn never got around to making them put the amulets on their necks. Anyway, a caravan has arrived. I don't know what you're going to do with that knowledge, but good luck. You know what's really funny, Lorenzo? I completely disagree. The YouTube chat's much more capable of having consistent, like, logical conversation. Although, whenever... Okay, so YouTube has this garbage, like, feature these days, which is most of the what YouTube adds. At least Twitch just adds useless features. Like, YouTube adds, like, actively creepy features. Anyway, YouTube has this feature where it recommends using its moron models, things that you should respond to your audience when, like, somebody leaves a comment. So it's like, this is its recommended response, and they claim that it's trained off of the way that you speak, which makes it 1,000 times worse. But essentially what it turns into in reality is just whenever a comment comes in, underneath it is 4 responses. If a comment mentions Twitch chat, the only response it gives me is Twitch chat is weird. Or Twitch chat is weird, smiley face laughing emoji. Or, ew, Twitch chat. It's one of the 3. To which I have to say, you saying Twitch chat is weird in my chat. Are you the automatic response bot that plagues my comment UI that always tells me to leave default responses? I no longer think you're human. Anyway, love you, Twitch chat. You're Twitch chat. We are Legion. We are somehow less populated by bots than YouTube. I don't actually think you're a bot, but I do think that's really funny that you said Twitch chat is weird. Oh, no, they've admitted it. They said that they am. Well, busted. Mr. Destructoids, please rise up. I think the actual reality is, like, Twitch chat, like, as a cohesive platform, has existed a lot longer than YouTube chat. Like, this current era where YouTube has functional live streams has not been the majority of the time that YouTube has had live streaming. Like, YouTube had live streaming for a while and they didn't have any way to chat. Then YouTube had live streaming for a bit and, like, you could chat, but it was, like, just awful. And then they got rid of it entirely. And then they brought it back, and then it was, like, a weird only some people only thing. And then they did YouTube gaming for a minute. To anybody who remembers that, which was like a separate website for YouTube live streams, and nobody used that. And then they got rid of that, like they sunset that, and then they brought back the original one where you could, like, stream on your channel, but it's kind of what we have now. And the chat was really bad originally, and then they slowly made it better, and then they slowly made it better, and then somehow managed to keep that system running for about 1 or 2 years without any moderation features at all. You could just, like, ban permanently or nothing. That was it. And now it's, like, somewhat usable. Twitch just didn't like your name? Wait, did you get banned from a channel? Or did Twitch ban you, ADJ? Because unless your name is obscene, like, you're not going to run into issues with that. Like, whole account ban? Sounds like a false report. I would have just sent in a... That really just sounds like someone reported you illegitimately. Depending on what era it was. Gotta go. We'll see you later, Necrontier. Oh, yeah. I think that was in between one of the live streaming things. Because, like, I remember... I will never forget the first stream I ever saw, which I've talked about a trillion times, which was Gassy Mexican, C Nanners, and I can't remember who the third person was, but it was 3 people. And you can look up the day that this was because it was the day Borderlands 2 came out. I think it was 2. It might have actually been Borderlands, but it was like 2009. So whichever one was closer to that. And hold on, let me actually look this up. Now I want to know. Oh no, it would have been Borderlands 1. October 20th, 2009. That sounds right. So because it was the day that Borderlands came out, a bunch of people were streaming it. And this was when YouTube streaming was awful. Like, the quote-unquote better alternative platform to stream on was Ustream. To give you an idea of how bad things were on YouTube at the time. And I remember watching that stream, and it was borderline unwatchable. It stuttered, the chat didn't work, nobody could talk, and basically, like, eventually it went offline. And I remember seeing Anders mentioning in a video after that he wasn't going to stream anymore because according to his YouTube contract, he could only stream on YouTube. He was not allowed to stream anywhere else. And because the platform was just so bad, he just wasn't going to do it. And that's stuck in my head for a really long time. Because, like, even when Twitch was at its, like, peak of, like, oh, yeah, no, you can't compete via other platforms and whatnot. At the very least, you could stream on other platforms, just not at the same time. Bonds, thanks for the raid. What's up, man? How's things? What were you playing today? What's going on in Ponce Land? First stream you watched was on Justin TV. I mean, honestly, the first stream I watched was probably either on Ustream or Block TV, but the first gaming stream I watched was on YouTube. You're back on PoE 2? Who hurt you? I mean, we know. It was Riot Games, right? Anyway, how's PoE 2 treating you? The name Cnanners aged you? He still uploads like every 6 months, Clem. I'll have you know that Cnanners was the second Minecraft video I ever saw. The first one was Household Hacker. If that doesn't age you even more, then I don't know what will. Because they used to make these like minute-long videos of just like, this is a video game that we think might be neat, maybe. Was a forest behind your house? That doesn't count. What's the first video game stream you watched, Devilish? Lost 2 characters in a ridiculous instant death stuff. Sounds right. Almost done here. Really? UGDPY? Man. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a weird community that I've been part of for so long. It's just going to be something that I stick around with for forever. I think I just caused Clem in YouTube chat to become like a mummified husk and shamble off into the underrealm because they're just like, "Erk!" when I said Household Hacker. First live stream was on Twitch from a RuneScape streamer. Honestly, I think that like going from Let's Plays to live streams on Twitch is was a pretty natural pipeline. I say was because not many people do Let's Plays in that format anymore. That doesn't mean that nobody does. Some people do, certainly, but they're just less common. They're no longer the majority, I guess. So basically just need to do that and deconstruct this, and then we are good to go. Actually, you know what? Let's just get rid of this middle one, because I do actually want this to drain, and that'll slow it down enough that it'll drain. A forgotten beast, Sosoth Lim Nekut, has come. A giant quadruped composed of cat's eye. Ooh. It has 3 long hanging tails and a gaunt appearance. Beware its poison vapors. And Bambool the ghosties has stolen the stuffsties. Okay. You're on the higher up area. You're running over to the hole. Are you gonna finally be the one to kill the no longer flying fire breather? Hasn't killed anything. It's 515 years old. Might be, actually. Titan fight incoming. Oh, there it is. Which is crazy because it's not fire burnable. Standing above it, bleeding heavily. And managed to kill it. In fact, he killed it by goring it in the lower body, and the injured part was torn apart. How many of you killed now? 9. This may actually be the champion currently. He's currently winded and cannot breathe. I don't think they need to breathe. He's literally rotting alive. What a Chad, man. I can't deny that. He finally passed away. I think that needs a round of beers. That is a creature of all time. 9 forgotten beasts it killed. 9. That's incredible. I don't really want to do this, but I have to. This is going to get much more straightforward soon. Okay. I'm also jumping over here now. And I'm going to go down to here, and hopefully I don't torch that cat, and pull this lever. Who's ready to burn all those bodies, chat? Moral is. I need a lot of lava. We're going to torch this son of a... Then it's going to be glorious. I was expecting to look up and to see another dwarf standing here. There it goes. It just immediately gushes up to the ceiling and just fills the whole thing up. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. The frame rate is literally at 6, by the way. Yeah, there ain't no escaping that. Let me tell you. Not at all. Looks like you got here just in time. You got here just in time for the great burning of the last Goblin Siege. And this is soon to be my proper front door. The fire liquid cremation sounds like a dwarven musical troupe or something. Hold on, what's the name of my home faction? It's just those guys? Okay. Just gonna trade with the one. I need to make it light enough so that they can get through. So we'll grab the boulders and an empty cage. We'll buy the bolts. Did not bring any logs. I literally only ever tell them to bring me logs. I guess they didn't. I'm offended. Trade cloth? Nah, I'm good. I want to get rid of trash more so than cloth, but you are correct, and thanks for reminding me. Have people built computers in Dwarf Fortress? Go to YouTube and type in Armok invaders. I think there's a calculator. There's a few things. I know I certainly haven't. I'm not that smart. Not in a while. I haven't seen anything crazy like that happen in a while, though. I think because a lot of that really crazy stuff has already been done. Napalm, why are you running around with no shirt or pants? Well, you do have pants. Why are you running around with basically just like your shield and boots? I have a few questions. Let's just reassign your armor. How about that? He dumps most of it on the ground and runs off to go grab something new. Well, good luck. That is now done and sealed off. And should begin draining. I think this is where I'm going to put the actual drainage on this in the future. Yeah, because that'll be nice and easy. I could put another one over here too. It only gets drenched in sweat anyway. True, true, true. I've felt that for real a lot recently, actually. Also fine. I'll bring some cloth. But, Comrade Bot, how's your week been? I heard you can equip a sword and a crossbow at the same time. Yep. Is it a good idea? No. There's basically, like, it short circuits the dwarves' brains and they don't really know what to do, and it just kind of makes them drop one of the two when they get into combat. You really just kind of want to specialize your dwarves in either melee or range because their little brains can't quite comprehend the like concept of like dash backwards. Stuff like that's really good in adventure mode, but like you really do not want to do that in fortress mode. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Your vampire hunter concept is a dead end? No, it's not. Just give your dwarves whips. Go with that route of vampire hunter. Like, seriously. Still counts. You can be like Backy Bellmouth or whatever I named that adventurer. They can be. It depends on the material. Silver whips are comically powerful, but let me tell you this. A legendary dwarf with a whip is just as comically powerful as a legendary dwarf with an axe. The only reason they can be extremely powerful is whips do cutting and blunt damage simultaneously. But like... it doesn't, it's not actually that. Are they strong? Yes. But a legendary dwarf with a copper battle axe is a murder machine. But if you want to go with like the vampire hunter aesthetic, that's probably the closest you're gonna get to that, I would say. All right, I'd say that's it for trading. This is probably still refilling. This is still refilling. So once all this is done refilling, then the frame rate will get better. Because right now we're just doing this where they pump the lava up and then it fills up. Now to the next one. So once this is full all the way down, frame rate will increase. Peasant has been possessed. Still got a little bit of a ways to go, but it's getting there. It is indeed getting there. But yeah, I would say that whip squads are probably your best bet. And the peasant has claimed a mechanic shop. Means we're going to get an artifact mechanism. A malachite artifact mechanism. Cool beans. And a cyclops named Esim Thramwur has arrived. A great humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. And I'm going to send my Mark Swerves to go kill him. Just for fun, you know? It is equipped with water. It's completely covered in it, in fact. The Persuasion of Stances has actually killed a goblin named Atu. Has no known relationships. Really? I don't agree. Okay, so I don't agree. They used to be ridiculously easy to get. Uh-oh. There's a traitor who's here, as well as one of my dwarves in the military fighting with it. The Mark Dwarves aren't even... Oh! You were able to get a few shots off. It hits the... Wait, did you get the kill? Hits the Cyclops in the head. Yeah, you did. No, you didn't. Oh, man, I'm disappointed. But you did fracture the skull by hitting it in the head. Man, I was gonna name this dwarf Deadeye. Bloody shame that. Ah well. Okay, are we making rock blocks at the moment? No, we aren't. But the dwarves are all mostly locked inside. What are we currently doing? All my squads are training, mostly. I'm gonna go up to here. I'm actually going to take every single one of my squads except for the Captain of the Guard squad off duty. Like, entirely off duty. Because currently they're all in individual combat drills, but I'm just going to tell them all to just take their armor off and take a break. Because honestly, I think they've earned it. Let's also expand all this out. Those shouldn't take too long to get placed. No. And they're going to put all of their stuff away. All their bolts and ammo. They'll also slowly take their armors off. But yeah, I don't like blowguns. Personally, as far as I'm concerned, something that I miss about older Dwarf Fortress that I actually think was a much better way of doing things is items that dwarves couldn't make that were weapons. They just straight up couldn't equip them. So like they straight up couldn't equip whips. You had to, like, when people talk about whips being like lightsabers, in that era, dwarves couldn't actually equip whips. You had to mod the game to make them equipable. And the same thing goes for certain types of clothing. The same thing goes for a lot of things, but the game got very laxed off when Premium released. And I kind of wish that was still the case for bows and like blow darts, purely because dwarves can't make them. Does legendary equal death incarnate for armored targets as well? A legendary dwarf is virtually unstoppable. Like, 2 dwarves killed... Were you here for that last siege, Sheep's Herder? It was like 3 dwarves that killed that entire siege. Like, by themselves. The only thing that's a threat to a dwarf's survival in a combat scenario that is higher skill than its opponent is exhaustion. So, time. So, if the enemies are, like, somewhat spread out, they are virtually guaranteed to win. As long as they have a time to rest in between fights, they, you know, the enemy stands no chance. Period. I just want these dwarves to go take all their gear off and go take a friggin' break. There we go. You too, dwarf. Go take a freaking break. Even you guys go take a break too. You've earned it. We're at that point in the day where I think people are heading to sleepy times. We're starting to wind down their days. It's Wednesday right now, so out of curiosity, chat, do you guys have any plans for the weekend? You guys up to anything? I wonder if I plop one of these in, if they'll put the clothing that's part of their uniform like these into there. I don't actually know. Working all weekend? Yeah, it's the truth for a lot of people, hey? It is super cool when these guys work. It's just kind of a shame that like the gloves and the boots don't like have a separate like sprite like the upper armor does. Welcome has begun their mysterious construction. The lava is going away. Most of the dwarves are storing owned items and heading off to the tavern to party, as they do. Doing roller coasters this weekend? Can I ask what roller coasters? I feel like these dwarves have been through a lot. Crying on a priest, wearing old clothing, etc. Just curious if I still have that melt metal objects job. I probably don't, because I think it was attached to that workshop. So, nope, I do. I just need 20 melt designated items. Although, the peasant has created a malachite mechanism named Inno Konkol. I realize I look very dim right now, but that's because we're at like peak light coming through the window time of day. And claims it as an heirloom. Although I can turn this light on to maybe remedy that a little bit. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, an unknown creature. Well, that's a bug, but you don't see that very often. Some malachite mechanism. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval malachite cabochons and encircled with bands of table-cut sardonyx and rectangular church cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of malachite and cave spider silk and pear wood. On the item is an image of 3 cushion cabochons in malachite. On the item is an image of circles in cave spider silk. As you look for tools. I'd ask what kind of tools you're looking for, but at that point I think I would just be... It'd be too obvious that I'm just trying to drum up the old chat activity, so... I'm just gonna plunk that right there so I don't lose it. Yeah, these dwarves just want to be with family and friends and... acquire objects and new toys and... various other very understandable dwarfy activities. Sweet. We also put that ghost to rest, finally. Did I have a limit on the number of workshops I could do the melted metal object? Because these are all made with gabbro, so let's go furnaces, magma smelter. You've been playing Borderlands 4 all week? It's weird. Borderlands 4 released, and I didn't hear anything about it. Like, nobody even mentioned that that game exists, right? At least not in my world whatsoever. The only news I've heard about it is Randy Pitchford being a dumbass on social media. Which really makes me wonder because, like, they're no longer a private company. Like, they're now owned by Take-Two. Does he have something in his contract that says he can be a shitlord on social media and not get in trouble for it? Because I feel like if just about anybody else in the industry was a raging dumbass on social media, they'd get yelled at by somebody in charge. I don't get it. How does he get to get away with this? He literally is. He's just like a walking pitchfork. Like, I don't understand, like, at all. It just makes no sense to me. Man's just nuts. Just moving stuff, transferring stuff, changing stuff, as you do. Writing his leagues better than 3. I've heard that. I have heard that. Like, I recall when 3 came out, and I want to say it was my cousin was saying that he installed a mod that just deletes all of the audio files from the game, which says a lot. Like, truly. I have to say that it's like maybe the most hit and miss, or one of the most blatantly hit and miss franchises in games that at least I'm aware of. Because, like, Borderlands 1, kind of a really big deal. Borderlands 2, kind of a really big deal. Borderlands 3, nah, problems. And Borderlands the pre-sequel, I didn't ever hear anything good about that game. The Tiny Tina's whatever's stuffs, I also didn't hear anything good about it. That Telltale thing, everybody seemed to love it. Very perplexing, like, franchise, just in general. Okay, well, that's the first positive thing I've ever heard somebody say about the pre-sequel. Although most of the people that I know who played the pre-sequel probably paid less than $5 for it. Like, they just bought it on really deep sale. I do remember when Factorio was Minecraft and Factorio. Although the Factorio thing that I will never forget was that person who used the little light changers in Factorio to make the... They were like, it took them... like, the name of the video, I think, was it took me 10,000 hours to do this. And it was literally just a pixel-perfect recreation of the Darude Sandstorm music video. Borderlands 4 is pretty good, but you're only 4 hours in and you're barely out of the starting area. I mean, 4 hours for a starting area for a big open world game actually isn't that crazy, and if you think about it. Like, that's not that far out there, really. I would even say that's maybe kind of standard. $28 copper. I'm gonna make copper amulets. And I'm gonna make 120 of them. Because that'll keep these dwarves busy for a bit, and also give us some stuff to equip. Steel and dolomite. Steel and dolomite. I really hope that these dwarves are having the opportunity to be able to go do the things that they truly need. Like Enraptured, after remembering performing, you put on a superior quality item, collecting equipment. Like these dwarves haven't even fully finished changing yet. Like you're gonna need to swap out those gloves, those mittens, many things. I think I'm actually just going to update a lot of these and make them more frequent than Monday or monthly. Because I'm starting to realize we have not as much accessible clothing as I'd like. So I think it's time to increase clothing production. I've also noticed that we have way too much cloth. The reason for these bottlenecks originally was I just didn't have enough cloth to keep up, so I limited it. But I think now we have enough cloth, so I can just go through and get rid of a lot of this. Yeah, we got tons of cloth lying around now. Yeah, no, 3 was like bad enough that the people who liked 2 didn't like 3. I was watching I watched plenty of streamers, as you may know. I was watching a Twitch streamer who was playing Borderlands 2 and didn't like the writing in 2 either. And 3, I stopped watching after a not long period of time. So, if that says anything. I think I'm going to make some steel tables. So how much steel am I sitting on? 255. Let's start beautifying and enriching this place a wee bit. I'm just going to make 25. Let's just do 30. 30 and 30. We're on to the copper first. I do wonder if this is going to get claimed. And we're just kind of a dick. Somebody once described Borderlands 3 to me, or the writing in Borderlands 3, as like, if a 14-year-old on Reddit did all the writing. It's like, what is a funny joke from 5 years ago that still gets upvoted because lol was basically the entirety of the game and its writing? Which for like a certain kind of person, I'm sure there was some people out there who loved the humor in that game, but I think for the most part, like people, people can do better. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, people can do better. Making those thrones and tables. I'm gonna think build another tavern over here. Also gonna go all the way down along here. And we're gonna get back to work. Now that the dwarves have had a bit of respite. Plutorino, hello. It's good to see you. Except for the story, I liked Borderlands 3. The gameplay is actually pretty fun. That's the thing. Like, you know, it's one of those games where, like, it seemed from somebody who's not particularly interested in the franchise that it had a lot of problems that were pretty terminal, but also extremely ignorable, you know? Like, I've absolutely played games that have had things in it that really annoy me, and it's like, it's okay, just skip that bit. Snatcher, child, oh no! Not only is there a Snatcher, but, like, they did actually just grab a child. It's, like, right on top of where the child was. I'm not going to be able to get it because all the military are off duty. What's amazing is, like, should probably actually just burrow the kids inside. This has happened twice now. Kids are heavy, so Dwarf moving slowly. See if they can catch him. I don't know. Nope. Oh, well, there's another one. And another one. We're in an ad break. I will wait. Almost always, yeah. I like to know when they're on and off duty. Zoestra. Bye, child. Have a lovely trip. Yeah, seems that way. It's more reason for us to go back to murdering the goblins. I'll just let them run. I'm positive they catch up. Go back to work. Yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of a thing that I've just kind of always done manually. Oh, wait, never mind. This goblin is still on the map, having almost left, but they won't catch it. See ya, goblin. We lost 2 children in that one. That's maybe the most successful the goblins have ever been against me. This is just such a large map. It's just hard to manage such things. All right, well, now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. And I'm going to remove everybody from this. And I'm going to go... stay in there. And I'll enable it. So the kids can just stay in the Thunderdome. And I'll lock the rest of the dwarves in here when they need to be. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Well, you can tell them to wear their uniform or don't wear their uniform when you schedule them. I'm honestly just a bit too lazy. And just go, what if I want to change? And I also don't like tweaking the schedules because then I forget that I do. So I usually just kind of think to myself, I'll do that if I decide I need it. And then I just kind of never do it. So I usually just kind of, I'll set up scheduled patrols sometimes, but pretty infrequently. Usually just if I have an active cavern fort. Although I'll be honest, I'm starting to get tempted to do more scheduling because of the frequency at which children are getting kidnapped. Just got so many picks lying around, might as well use them. How's things Zalving and Celastaris? I don't know. I'm just glad that we had not one but two pretty... I think it's fair to call Borderlands anticipated, right? Like, anticipated games release around the same time. And largely, I think people like both of them. And I think that that's a pretty big deal. Because how often do games release and people are like, yeah, this ain't gonna cut it, guys. I'd say more often than not. So we had Silksong and now Borderlands. I think Borderlands being not shit is the surprising one, but... aside from the CEO shit posting, obviously, but... as chat said, like, Randy gonna shit post and... not much you can really do. Except for maybe fire him, which, by the way... I don't know about you guys, but... if that parent company fired Randy Pitchford, I would laugh so fucking hard. Like, truly. That would be some of the loudest Schadenfreude I think I've ever seen, if that were to happen. Actually, I have some dwarves that don't have bedrooms somehow. Which I find almost impossible to believe, but... just kind of looking around for any... dwarves that are maybe double assigned in beds or something. Guess I should actually make some more bedrooms at some point. I'm sorry, what, Irinamo? Work is being a butt again. Trying to come down from anxiety-ness, like chugged an energy drink. I'm not gonna lie, but chugging an energy drink sounds like a good way to exacerbate anxiety, not help you come down from it, but what do I know? Oh, it feels... okay. Makes sense now that you clarified that. I was confused for a second. Also, I realized recently that something I thought that was going to happen on a Sunday is actually happening on a Monday, which means towards the end of the month, I'm actually going to miss a stream. I'm going to miss a Monday. So I just wanted to apologize for that. However, at the same time, not sorry, because the thing that's on a Monday that I thought was on a Sunday is Dragon Force and Blind Guardian. So, actually, Dragon Force, Blind Guardian, and Powerwolf, I think is the full lineup. So, sorry. Not sorry. So I get to go see Resurrection by Erection, and you guys get a stream on a Wednesday that week. Sounds like a banger of a concert. I'm looking forward to it, yeah. It kind of snuck up on me. And then I think it's the next week. I'm missing a Wednesday stream. And probably also the Thursday that week. So I might end up doing like I'll stream partially over the weekend or something, because of how close those two are together. The other one is the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, which I'm actually looking forward to more. Oh, actually, no, hold on. That's in November, not September. So there's an October in the middle. Never mind. Well, at the beginning of November, I will be missing a what's it called? A Wednesday because of the porn crumpets. But now I'm just remembering the order that months go in. So I've been to 4 concerts in the last 6 weeks. Although 2 of them were free. Does that count? Yeah, does that count? If free concerts count, then yeah, I've been to that many in the last couple weeks. But it is also quite literally my only hobby, so. At least, well, rather not my only hobby. The only thing I really do in public is I go to concerts. Actually, these need to be done priority number 1. For game music being played by an orchestra? It wasn't Video Games Live, was it? Because if it is, I have to make an obligatory joke. If it wasn't, then I hope it was good. Since 2018, you think? Gotcha. So let's just say it was. Well, his mother's very proud. That's those who know. Tommy wants money. What? Let's go up here and just knock this out. Name a dwarf Tommy Tallarica. Hold on. He had an Egypt room, right? In his house. Mummy would work. I'm way ahead of you. If you'd like to name something else, Shadow, let me know. Is intellectually stubborn and really changing his mind during the debate, regardless of its merits. You know, I watched... When I was younger, and went to go see movies in the movie theater, Electric Playground episodes, sometimes they would show segments of Electric Playground episodes in the movie theater. Just saying. Anyway, he is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. And he doesn't mind... And he forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He cracks easily under pressure, is slow to trust others, isn't particularly curious about the world, has an active sense of humor, tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, often feels discouraged, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, likes to keep his things practical, that's not true, and without delving too deeply into the abstract, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, that checks out, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and is more anxiety prone and vengeful, probably because he's in a cage. Dreams of ruling the world. Nice. Personally sees competition as wasteful and silly. Anyway, he tried to steal my stuff, so I put him in a cage, and he lives here now. What's his lying skills? He doesn't have any. Which kind of... He's a novice speaker, but kind of rusty. He was once a master negotiator, but also kind of rusty. He's apparently was a proficient chemist. And the only book he's read is called The Center Come Full Circle. And It was not authored by him, which is kind of sad. Concerns a theory that moves around the world. It concerns its theory that the sun moves around the world. The writing could have been produced by a merciful spirit, and is clear evidence of a compassionate being. The prose is passable. He doesn't feel anything after being confined. At one point, he was a member of the Councils of Disembowelment and the musical cult. Tommy wants money. If anybody is very confused about what I'm talking about, just go watch the YouTube video called oof.exe by H Bomber Guy. What was wild about that video releasing was I'd been following the stuff that Tommy Tallarico was involved in before that video released, and it just kind of blew my fucking mind way the hell open, because, like, being aware of a pathological liar and then witnessing a third party suddenly become aware of a pathological liar is both hilarious and also kind of, like, terrifying at the same time. Actually, hold on. Need to do that, and then this. And this. You and you. There's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that you kind of won't easily realize it's a thing unless you see it. Like, there's no real easy way to know what they can write books about, but my god, they can write books about some random shit. Using these bridges as scaffolding. I put the lava there. Ice blue. Alistair, thank you very much for the raid. Holy shit. Bunch of mice engineers have invaded us, apparently, chat. They're here for our cheese. It's okay, we have beer. Would you like to share? But welcome, Raiders. Gonna get a round of beers. For the Raiders. Chat. Forgotten Beast Stestu Noni has come, a great humanoid composed of ash. It has a fat, rude, bulging trunk and a gaunt appearance. It is further down. I see these trunk in the side of the head ones kind of a lot. You're brainstorming for the game jam? Gotcha. Yeah. It's cool to see how many people signed up. Last time I looked at it, it was like 16, and then this morning I looked and it was like 30. So I'm like, wow, okay. Some last minute signups. Coolsies. But thank you much for the raid. I hope you did some successful brainstorming. Are you in a team or are you running on your own, Alistair? It's undecided as of yet. I'll try to see who's interested. Gotcha. You have 3 decent ideas. The theme was kind of fun to come up with. For those of you who missed the announcements, it's a pretty low-key thing anyway. The theme for the game jam that my stream team is hosting is mundane tasks. It was kind of funny because when we were brainstorming the idea of like running another game jam, we're just like, don't know what to do. And I was like, how about mundane tasks? Because I was just literally staring at a trailer of Little to the Left. For some reason. I don't actually know why that was on my monitor, but I was doing something unrelated, and that was just like sitting on social media, I think. I was like, how about mundane tasks? And it just kind of stuck. That's my contribution to the game jam. But it's make an adventure game based around doing basic things around the house. Or whatever you consider to be a mundane task. You didn't want to make a mundane game? Well, make something fantastical mundane. I'm sure you can figure something out. Blind gardening for 6 hours? There's nothing mundane about gardening. Gardening is like... I was going to say going to war, but not really. Well, it depends on how many, like... It's either a very cautious alliance or, like, a open... what do you... How do I put it? It's either a cautious alliance or open battle between me and the slug armies, and it highly depends. So it's not always mundane. Sometimes it's actually very anxiety driving, depending on how many slugs there are currently. But thankfully, on gardening on my patio, there's no slugs. They can't get up my building. They can't get to the 4th floor. I finally won. I have the high ground. Makes target practice game about watering houseplants. Take a shower, but it's quap. I mean, hey, there you go. See, you get it now. You have to grab the soap, but like the soap is slippery, so you have to grip it, so you have to hold the button down. And then like get the shampoo, but not put it in your eyes. Are you asking me that? I'm not in an American state. I am in a state of constant depression, but that's unrelated. Plants versus slugs, more like. Or gardener versus slugs? You could go places with that. It's it's like, has anybody played the arcade game Beachhead? It's like one of those arcade games that like slightly higher budget arcades used to have, but like was never a very good game. It was just like you sit in a turret and you shoot a minigun at dudes coming up onto a beach. I'm in British Columbia, Canada. And you just like shoot at targets on a beach coming out of like boat. I think there's actually like a version of that game on Steam. It's not very good, nor worth playing. But it's just like a light gun game, but you sit in like a full-size sim chair that shakes. And then like you shoot at airplanes. You could do that, but with like insects. That'd be one hell of an adventure. I don't even know what material I made that out of. Or like killing like fruit flies in your kitchen. There's a lot of places you could go with that. You wish that you had the space to garden up here. You might start a window planter at some point. I just have 1 million houseplants and a patio that is about 3 meters long and about 1 meter wide. So I make do with what I have. Where I lived previously, I had a community garden plot, but I don't live on the mainland anymore. I live on an island. So because I live on Vancouver Island, I don't really have the ability to do that anymore. Although there is a nonprofit gardening group that I buy groceries from that I'm considering volunteering for next year because I just want to garden. Or maybe like applying for a job, I don't know. Just a couple hours a week. Show up, weed some grow bags, and go home. It's also like a 10-minute bike ride from here, not even, so. That goal's a little bit outdated at this point. Also, like, the new die system has made it very clear to me that with the lack of civilian uniforms, which I do think is a positive thing generally, it's very difficult to actually enforce certain groups of people have different dyed clothing, which is something I wanted to do at the very beginning of this playthrough. Like, almost impossible to enforce that. Like, obviously not completely impossible, but it's very not easy. And then on this end, I'll do ramps up. All right, dwarves, get to work. There's now officially more constructing work than you really know what to do with. I have LED grow lights too, yeah. My set, which fill up a whole bookshelf, costs like $18 on AliExpress. Severino, thank you very much for that YouTube membership. Appreciate you, mate. We've got a balcony which you used to have a lovely view of the city a decade ago, but now it's blocked off from the sun. Oh, right. My old building, we used to be able to see sunsets, but right around the time I moved out, they were just finishing up a building across the street, which was quite literally completely blocking the sunset. It was actually kind of sad, because it's like, man, we used to be able to just sit here in the evening and just like watch the sun go down, and now it's like, nope, can't do that no more. Kind of a bummer, really. And also just rock blocks. Up at the top of this. Dig this out. And forbid this. You just figured out how to use chat for the first time? Yeah, you have to click show chat, don't you? And then it remembers after that, I think. You need to get some bigger ones so you can grow stuff indoors in the winter and not have to worry about it raining for 2 months straight and can't get outside to mow or weed either. Well, I mean, you can. You just need rain gear. You just need to be less afraid of the rain. This seems like a skill issue, not a weather issue, but I do understand the fear of the rain. This should be fine. Now the question is, how far do I need to transport power to be able to do this? The answer is already pretty far. Ha! That's actually kind of perfect. Entirely planned, skilled, and calculated. That should be accessible. Tears up the grass in the yard? I have a solution for you. Don't have grass in your yard. Or put down, like, pavers so that you can get to your garden and don't worry about mowing in the rain. You just simply need to be able to access your yard. That seems like the actual challenge here. Rewild your yard, your lawn? Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. See? Chat gets it. Chat gets the vibe. On 12.5 acres? Well, see, now you're spoiled for options. You got even more space that you can transport paving stones around. Mate, you can buy paving stones at the dollar store for like $6. You forgot what your profile pic is? Oh, did you just jump scare yourself? What is a game? What is the game jam? You had to turn out your phone sideways. A game jam is a week-long event, or week-ish. I think it's 6 days, where we encourage people to make a game and submit it, and then it's something that my team has run a couple of times. It's basically just like a game design event, essentially. I'm going to partially close my blinds right now because I'm getting blasted with a ray of sunlight and I'm sweating crazy. Hallelujah. That is 1,000 times better. Whew. I don't see the problem, man. I think that you have a perfectly good opportunity to do year-round farming and are simply making excuses out of fear of hard work. And you know what? I won't stand for it. Instead, I will sit. That is all. Sage here doing all the work. Look at this. So this up here is going to be a thingy that will spray water on dwarf heads so that they can acquire moisture, which will make them happy. Because moods are kind of not great right now. And that's a forgotten beast, which is named Beware! Beware of the skinless sour tops. It has 2 stubby tails and a gaunt appearance. It has webs. I will beware it. It also is very, you know those spiders that are like the color of the flower that they hide in? This thing is just the color of the bloodthorn that it hides in. It's perfectly evolved. I know that it has no skin, but like, that's kind of amazing looking, actually. Oh, I know what you mean, Zoastra. Feels how you look inside. I have one of, like, whenever I like wake up and I have phlegm in my throat and I just start coughing, that's what's in my throat. Beware the beware. And also, I don't know why this accent keeps coming in. It's bad. I hate it. It's terrible. I'll stop doing it now, though. So it might die, it might not, but it's stuck in a tree, so. Let's go all the way across to there. Welcome to Rat Thursday. It's Rat Thursday? I didn't realize. How do I celebrate Rat Thursday? Do I hold up my rat or do I drop it? See ya. Anyway, hope that you're having a good Rat Thursday because it's definitely Wednesday for me in human land. Rat's off my desk, Tia. It's Pixel Fox. Well, I'm gonna pick the rat back up. No, it's definitely Wednesday. It's not my fault that you're a goddamn time traveler. Your perception of time is off. It's not something that like I can really blame you for. It's actually kind of a really sad reality that you live in, that you're one day off from the rest of us. It's okay. It just means that you have less time left before the world ends. I mean, come on. Sorry, that got unnecessarily dark, but I find that kind of funny. It's just time dilation. Is that like when I look directly into the sun and my eyes hurt? You've also lived more days than you. That's because Japan cheats about the like... Actually, it might just be older than me, so like that may actually be literally true, but... isn't that just because like Japan just like cheats and like you start at 1 year old or something? Just because they do math wrong doesn't mean you're older. Yeah, okay, you've literally lived more days than me. And multiple years, in fact. Wait, are we having a Who's Oldest contest right now? Because I guarantee you there's somebody watching this stream who's a senior citizen and will just be like, now, you see here, honey. I outaged you by 50 years. You know? I still think it's really funny that according to YouTube's analytics, there's more people above the age of 65 watching my YouTube videos than below the age of 18. Like, genuinely, that's one of the funniest statistics in my YouTube analytics. To me. Anyways. Which, also, I will retort. If you're making a YouTube account and you're below the age of 12, are you more likely to put your age in as like 16 or 65 plus? Because I think as a small child, I would definitely just like scroll all the way down to like 1900. That's my birthday. I am 125 years old, thanks. Square Doodad says it's Friday. Well, I disagree with that observation and would like to say wrong. But I digress. I think that, like, kids are terrifying and horrible to any person who has accepted that they're getting older and are no longer willing to keep an open mind to the fact that culture changes. So if you are, you know, above the age of 25 or above the age of 20 and going, kids these days, they got it like worse, or they're so dumb, or they do this or they do that. Literally, to me, that just means that like, congrats, you're old. you finally hit that point. Like I had a couple moments over the last few years where like I kind of thought to myself, man, like Zoomer speak or Gen Alpha speak is just like dumb, like what the fuck's with all this zibbity toilet shit? And now like I went and looked into a lot of it. And I have to say that I think I was watching dumber shit when I was watching Red vs. Blue. So honestly, I think the kids are actually doing better than I was. Yeah, but you're getting old. I mean, hey. There's also something to be said for sitting in a rocking chair and watching whatever seniors watch while sitting in a rocking chair and screaming, "Get off my lawn." There is an appeal to that. I can't deny it. There is an appeal to that. Sure, whatever that is. Rat-ratus. Your grandma watches Miss Merple? My Oma used to watch Days of Our Lives, and I think my grandma did as well. I don't know what that is, and I've never seen a single episode of it, but I assume it was really boring because it's a soap opera. Although, hot take here, chat. Are soap operas just podcasts for the TV watching generation? And is baseball, or sports in general, podcasts for suburban dads? Because I'm convinced that people who watch a lot of baseball just like listening to those commentators talk. Also, we had 1, 2, 3 pets die of old age. A cat and 2 dogs. You still don't really know what a podcast is? Me, but without the video. It's like a show that's focused on audio. Although these days, a lot of nerds in the podcast scene don't realize that you're not supposed to focus on video and just film the whole thing anyway and just make it into like a talk show. Basically a talk show. Let's just go with that. It's a talk show. Although, whenever I tell people that I listen to a lot of podcasts, I have to, like, asterisk it 3 times and be like, no, I don't listen to Joe Rogan. I listen to idiots talk about video games most. On how to efficiently beat hell. I don't do tutorials on super advanced stuff because I think that that's kind of ruins the game a little bit. This is for Love Story. There is no consistent, efficient way to beat hell. But impulse ramps and mine carts are pretty effective. Just go to the wiki and look up impulse ramps. Is a detective written by the novelist? I mean, I know who Agatha Christie is. I don't know who the detective is, though. And on PBS? Okay. Cool. Those are things I've heard of. Grumble. What am I out of? Iron corkscrew. Iron pipe. Oh. Did I find an aquifer? Ah, I did. Would you look at that? It's kind of crazy that it's only on the one side. Like, I just barely clipped it. Happy that. Wait. How did a chat get on your lawn? You should pick your phone back up. And maybe clean it. You don't know where the dog crapped last. Did you see the blog post that Tarn put up today, Pixel Fox? That's good to know that you're excited, though. Oh yeah, also drop a hammer of Armok into hell initially. That's the other thing. You can all... Cave-ins also kill demons, so a very long cave-in would be very efficient. Oh yeah, no, there's a post this morning on Bay 12. I posted it on my YouTube channel. It's not really worth making a video out of. There was a time where I would have, but it, he basically says he's on track and still working. That's like the short version. I think the longer version would be like, on track, still working. And, will be working for a bit. But, on track and still working. Their siege tactics will be... I'm still not convinced that the goblins are going to be smart enough to not, like, chip... Because, like, when those changes release, I'm going to use as many gimmicky nonsense strats as I can think of. That's going to be my whole playbook for, like, the first week, whenever it releases. And what I really, truly, desperately want to know is, can I just fill up a big old basin with either lava or water... Or just, like, build a big floor and put one thing that they'll break down in the middle of it. And then just see if they knock it over. Like, that's what I want to know. Like, are the goblins just gonna oopsie off themselves? And if they are, how consistently are they gonna do that? Because if they're gonna do that consistently... I mean, it's more like a building fall trap. It's like an inverted pitfall trap. Am I working on one for my blog? I've talked about this a couple times. I didn't post on the blog enough in the last 2 months because in August, I didn't get any time to myself, quite literally. If I wasn't streaming or editing, I was traveling to my parents' house or back again. Because August was so fucking busy. And then the last week of August into the first 2 weeks of this month were spent editing for 50-something hours to get that other video out. This past weekend was the first weekend I've had since the beginning of August where I didn't have to do anything. Yeah, I moved in February. So no, I didn't move again. What are you talking about, Salvi? I moved in February. But I now live 4 hours of public transit, including a boat, away from where my parents live. So if I have to go back and visit for some reason, it takes a while, and I have to stay there and sleep. Oh, I see what you're saying. Time flies. Yeah, I thought you thought that I was moving back. So I would love to post on the blog. I have a couple ideas for things I'd like to write. Am I working on anything actively? No. I'll do it when I actually have the energy to do more than just, oh God, I'm trying to catch up, you know? And in that time, like, the revenue on the YouTube channel cut by 1/3, or down to 1/3 of what it was because I didn't upload anything that did well for so long. I uploaded things, but it either, like, made absolutely no money, or nobody watched it. And, like, there's enough weirdness going on with YouTube where I don't think that's entirely my fault. But you can't really... I don't really know. So... Am I still recording creepypasta? Mate, that's extracurricular stuff that doesn't make me any revenue whatsoever. Sure, I'll probably upload something to that account in the next 5 years. But, like... I have to prioritize the thing that pays my bills. And also, I need to more consistently make more money than I did before because, you know, I'm paying a mortgage now. You're trying to catch up has been your work for the last 3 months, and it's starting to piss you off. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, frankly, like, to be direct right now, I'm extremely burnt out. Like, kind of extremely burnt out right now. Because, like, summer was very long and kind of stressful. And now it's not over, mostly, but, like, when I say summer, I mean, like, the slow season for this job. It's seemingly ending, question mark, but it's not over yet. And that season was very long this year, longer than it normally is. And that is stressful. And combine that with also, you know, having higher living costs now. Extracurricular things that are also content is, like, not on the priority list at all. So. People never stopped writing horror stories, Orange. Clearly you've never stumbled upon my Crypt Audio archive where I was reading and recording horror stories on cassette. Then the other thing is that channel was kind of an excuse for me to test audio gear that I was repairing, which is a hobby that I haven't been doing as much since moving because I've been pretty happy with my audio setup. And a lot of the projects that I wanted to work on are on hold because people import stuff into Canada through the US a lot of the time, and it costs a fuck ton of money now to import stuff into Canada for some strange reason, especially when you're buying it on AliExpress. I wonder why that is. Not sure. Maybe I'll figure it out eventually. So there's that. And then the other half of it is like, it's just a lower priority. Some strange reason, yeah. Who could have thunk it? Correct response, trying to go. So yeah, I don't know. It's that's why I haven't been posting on the blog. It's because I've just been trying to catch up with the stuff that makes me money, or the majority of my money. Yeah, I'll get to it. Most likely this weekend. Well, I think the correct response isn't I'm not fat, Orange. I think the correct response is I'm not an elephant. Because elephants aren't fat, they're just very large creatures. Besides, I'd rather be called, like, an elephant than the real annoying Orange. Okay, you could do worse. Remember when they made a real annoying Orange movie? I do. Speaking of making YouTube chat feel old by saying old YouTube things, does anybody remember when they made a movie about Fred? And it was on Nickelodeon? I never saw that movie, but, like, I watched a review of it. I wonder what that kid's up to these days. Or adults, I guess, because he's definitely not a kid anymore. Your younger sister was super into Fred. It was the YouTubers haven't learned how to edit videos yet era. That's for sure. They did make a Fred animated TV show, yes. I don't know if it aired for very long, but it did exist. Does he still upload to YouTube? Okay, hold on. I just have to go on a trip down memory lane and look up Fred on YouTube. Just give me 90 seconds. I hate the fact, though, that your first factoid is the fact that his name is... that he's 32 now. He's got 3 million subs. I'm still at it. Looks like he hasn't uploaded in 10 years. So I don't know what you mean. It's under his real name now? Well, not on the old account. Does he link to his other one? Oh, Lucas, I see. Yeah, no, he definitely still uploads. For some reason, he's shirtless in almost every single one of his thumbnails. Didn't need to know that. Oh, good for him. All right, some migrants have arrived. That's lovely. I don't know. His old stuff was pretty cringy. I'm also slightly disturbed that he's only 1 year older than me. No, they made a Fred movie, but they also made a Fred animated series. YouTube chat. Which was somehow probably better than that horror movie that, like, every single, like, kind of in poor taste comedy YouTube channel. Well, rather, than that movie that every single in poor taste comedy YouTube channel at the time made about, like, I think it was called Smiley. For some reason, Smiley stuck in my head. I just remember a lot of pedo bear jokes. I vaguely recall a friend of mine at the time saying that we need to watch this, and then we both turned it off after about 20 minutes because of how terrible it was, and then played Call of Duty. So, you know. Says a lot about that era. No. It's not a good idea to microwave old YouTube. You can't believe that there was a popular movie worse than playing COD? I want to say this was Modern Warfare 2 era. Or we were just still playing Modern Warfare 2, because the Spec Ops mode in Call of Duty at that time, which was like the co-op campaign, was actually pretty fucking fun. And you'd get like a high score for beating the missions faster or more accurately. And we were just kind of like fucking around and playing those. Yeah, that like that was like, I'm not going to say Call of Duty was good, because was Call of Duty ever good? But, like, it was certainly one of the eras when Call of Duty was, like, a game that you would play when you go over to a friend's house, you know? You did, Orange. You did, in fact, walk into that. Which is why it's not a good idea to microwave Orange TJ. The Dyer has been taken by a Fey Mood. Which means we're probably going to get another clothing-based artifact. The zombie mode always just kind of confused me, to be honest. Hey, Clino. Tarn's blog post today, thumbs up. But how's things? I'm building a really big bridge with a big arena next to it. It's one of the bigger project forts I've built in a while. Congrats, you've caught a live stream. To SK in YouTube chat, who just said, I finally caught a live stream. Just kind of don't want these dwarves running over this and then falling. Or doing that, I guess. Okay, power needed, 95. Just got this running. Okay, that'll be enough power for all of it. Excellent. No, Tarn posted a blog post on Bay 12. I didn't. I was just talking about why I haven't posted since like August, but I need to get around to that. I've just been tired and exhausted, and it's been a long summer. But no, Mr. Toady1, Tarn Adams, posted on Bay 12. Also, we're in an ad break, but the dwarves are just constructing stuff, so I'll pause if something of importance happens, because this just takes time. Do you have enough inventory for the live stream space you caught? Do you have enough inventory space for the live stream you caught? Yeah, that's the proper question. But no, outside of streaming, I haven't posted anything since that video that I put up a couple days ago. But no, I'm talking about this. Also, am I going crazy, or did the World War II medic get a different icon? I might just be going crazy. Yeah, it's this. Your double Necromancer Migrant Fort ended in glorious angry Necromancer fashion. Nice. Now a new fort. You have a queen. 15th day of early spring. Dabbling Miner was promoted to queen, and she constantly demands amulets, naturally. Positively operating as intended. It's going to be an expensive artifact. Jesus. Okay, so now that all that's done, I get to find out if this will freeze in the winter, which hopefully it doesn't. I very rarely use these, but desperate times equal desperate dwarfs equal desperate measures. Math. What is it? How does it even work? But also allow blind cave ogres to dig their way out of the depths, because that'd be dope. I really hope that the default isn't 100%. I hope that the default is like 65%. Does that make sense? Like, I really hope it's a setting like the ones where you can just like make the number as high as you want. Or just like a number between 100 and 1,000 or whatever. Or 0. Instead of like the like on or off, because I think it would be really fun to just have like, you know, death forts and stuff where it's just like, yeah, no, we're all fucked. Like, just give up, just quit, just go do anything, just leave. It's like the world doesn't want you here, and you're just gonna die anyway, so why even try? I do kind of want that. What, evil necromancers? You have this weird issue. Worlds never seem to generate goblin civs for some reason. Yeah, I haven't seen this happen, and I generated a few worlds when I heard people mentioning that, but that is odd. You're not the only person to run into that. I would go to the KitFox Discord and like talk in the bugs room. Maybe people can help. The dyer has created a Zegbal Mal Katara Walnut Wood Amulet. I kind of don't care. So I think I'm just going to give it to my manager and tell him to take good care of it. Yeah, it's such a strange one, though. This Goblin Civ's not appearing is bizarre. We started in year 300, so quite a few. So now construction is definitely going to be benefited by this. Because while we're constructing over here, they'll just be running back and forth. In again and out again. But yeah, I really hope that all your dreams come true, Clino. Oh no, a toll booth has come. A forgotten beast named Sodor Uspudaspoda Toll has come. A gigantic feathered rattlesnake. Oh, that's kind of dope. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and a bloated body. Beware its poison bite. Well, it is a rattlesnake. It rattles intensely. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Let's actually do conglomerate down here. You know, I used to not like the color of conglomerate, but I really like it as an accent color now, especially combined with other things. All right, let's see where this beast is. Ooh, that actually looks really cool. It's a nice color. Big angry snake. How you doing, Batome? How's things today? So the last two Forgotten Beasts on this level killed each other. They had mutually assured destruction. One set the other one on fire, and the other one, like, obliterated the other one. That's a pretty noodle. Yeah, it is. Everybody likes a good albino snake. The Evil Flank of Lambs is its name. Does it flank lambs, or is it a lamb flank? You know, similar to a lamb shank? Before the Mountain Home. What a good name. I don't know why these haven't been built yet. It's actually starting to vex me a little bit. All right. So what do we think up here, this spot? Trading depot? Something else? I think maybe I put the trading depot down here. Maybe directly underneath it, like down here, maybe? Like, put the trading depot down here and then have, like, maybe put a door up here. It's extremely unlikely that we'll get wagons. Unless something bizarre happens. Or I could put, like, maybe a ramp down here. That could, like, pop down here. And then go out and around. To here, maybe? Maybe like right there, actually. And then down here, this could be like an up. Yeah, maybe not. I'll just put it on the upper level. We'll just plunk it up here. It'll look nice. Finally, these dwarves are starting to get through the everything. The good news is these dwarves are all starting to get the content when near a waterfall thought, so that's good news. And then up here, this is all the same material, which is the one that starts with a CH and ends with ERT. Now you might be going, blind, they won't be able to make that. Don't worry, I'm planning. Got this all planned out. All right. Nice and easy. And then I just need to figure out what the fuck to do with this roof. I might just put a big flat roof on it, even though it's less exciting than alternatives, but I kind of don't know what else to do. Just really need to make sure that the moods start to improve, and ideally improve quickly. Need to go through here and unforbid all of the forbidden jobs. As dwarves continue to run through and across that bridge back and forth. I'm kind of amazed by how many dwarves got cave adapted in this fort, actually, considering like they spend so much time running across this bridge, which is, for all intents and purpose, outside. Like, there is no roof on that. They're just running back and forth outdoors. Yeah, we still managed to get a large portion of the fort cave adapted for quite some time. So that's me finishing up the outside of the arena. Oh boy. Which I guess that means I should actually reopen that side door, which I closed over here. Just so that they have a more direct route to take. Just got 2 more of these to get done. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put the workshop down here. Or the trading depot down here. And maybe a little tavern too. And then I'll put a door or a drawbridge to lock over here once this is done. And then this will be where we melt the baddies when we need to melt the baddies, for whatever reason that we need to melt the baddies. But when the baddies come and they need to be unexisted, then we can just melt them there. And I'm gonna start digging some ramps. Because I want this to get filled up with lava. JC Page. Chat has been getting a little sleepy because it's been a long stream. And you just pop in out of frickin' nowhere and blow out a 20-pack. Chat, can I get a round of beers, please? Appreciate you. That was out of nowhere. I can't deny the fact that you're getting a little sleepy, though, Zalvi. I mean, there was not a word said in chat for 6 minutes and then 20 gift subs. Morning. I'm awake still. Mostly. Dwarves. Fact. I cannot deny the fact that there is, in fact, a dwarf digging across the screen. Not that I need to or anything. Requesting at 4 a.m. This seems like a you problem. $2 from Orange, who wants a choo-choo, I think. If anybody has a resub or a prime sub, now would be a good time to drop her, I think. Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub to Bob. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Yay, September. There isn't any gift sub donate discounts just yet. That's not until the end of the month. Right now you just get discounts for extending subscriptions. That's when they do the bonus subs thing. Also, Montecore, thanks for the 24th month to 2 years. Sneaking that in there. Gotta try and chill and rest the rest of my too short evening with morbid documentaries by a former mortician. That seems grim, but also fun. I made pickles all day yesterday after stream, so tonight I might just veg and watch YouTube or read a book. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. So enjoy your morbid docs. I wonder if Tarn really means blocks for monstrous besiegers. It seems like an odd choice. To me, it sounds like, you know, the scene in Fellowship of the Ring where they go, they have a cave troll. I have a feeling that we'll be able to unironically say that pretty soon. Like, you know how right now in Dwarf Fortress, there's times where you can unironically say, you shall not pass? Well, I think pretty soon we're going to be able to unironically say they have a cave troll. You don't have vanilla procedural objects in the mod menu because I've been using DFHack Mod Manager, and that's probably also the reason. Oh my gosh, okay. And that's probably also the reason you had sheep wool pots the other day. It sounds like, okay, so I don't use a lot of DFHack commands outside of some very basic stuff. I think that there's like, that sounds like there's got to just be some interactions that are, like, between DFHack and normal Dwarfort stuff that are causing some weird outcomes. Anonymous. Thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. It truly cheers Anon. Yes. I agree with this sentiment. Not sure why that dwarf was climbing there, but they were.
Orange_TJ cheered. X200. Choo choo.
That took a long time to catch up. But appreciate you. Orange. For cheering the choo-choo.
Crypt rat, crypt rat, crypt rat.
If there's rats in your crypt, you should set up rat traps in your crypt. I'm just saying. But thank you, Monty. We belong to the crypts. This is true. It's a very not cryptic thing to say. Most people just no. Well, chat room, thank you very much for that hype train. Yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere. That's all I have to say. Kind of came out of nowhere, but thanks for the 20 pack of subscriptions and the 10 pack and the smaller gifts as well as the bits. Get hype? I'm a bit tired and it's been a long day, so hype would be difficult, but I can say thank you. Trying to send me cop squad out here to go deal with these gobs, but they also are running away, so. The bunch of cowards that they are. You know, fun fact, I've never been in a Bass Pro Shop. So, I don't know, maybe. Any resemblance is pure coincidence and unintentional. But I have a question. Why are you a page out of a JCPenney catalog? By the way, your longer videos are really great and you're glad that you're doing them. The only bad thing is you binge watch them all by now. Well, now you just have to watch them 45 more times and maybe I'll get enough ad revenue to make making most of them worth it. This most recent one was, but I had like 3 misses in a row, which is fine. It's just kind of demoralizing. Let's make some steel picks, because I clearly don't have enough picks. $32 subscriptions and 200 bits. I think that just doubled the number of subs I got today. So thank you. Big thank you. Forgotten Beast Unu has come, a gigantic buzzard. It has a long straight horn and it has a bloated body. Its mahogany feathers are fluffed out, and beware its poison sting. This one's on the top level. See if I can let it in. Anytime this year. Someone gonna come pull that. There we go. So this guy over here has killed Sitsu, a forgotten beast. In fact, it bit it in the lower body, and that sailed off in an arc. But on the upper level, Pue is still stuck on a tree. Unu. It's south of the way up. Which they have to go pretty high to actually get to my bait, so there is that. I just have to give them some bait. You wish you had that many levers in your office? I always try to make a joke about staying instead of leaving when people say the words levers, but... Okay, the peacock is now open. It's time to bait a beast. But thankfully this beast is out of beta and it's moved into full release. It's pretty hard to pull the wrong lever when it's like highlighted. That's something that I don't miss about older versions. In older versions, there wasn't a button to be like, what's this connected to? You just had to remember or rename them right away. Grow up, Zavi. Then we just talk about levers once again. Grow up. That's all I have to say. It's an artifact door, so it can't break it even if it wants to. Peacock, on the other hand. See, at least that's funny. All right, so now that I've done all that, I can open this up again. Then I can go up here and assign another gobbler to that. And keep catching them. The cycle continues. Yeah, I think I'll make it out of copper. And then I'm going to go over to here so I don't forget. And deconstruct that one. So this is now where we will trade. I actually have, I think, 2 artifact doors in this fort. That's the only one I'm really making use of, though. Actually not sure where I put the other one. I have to go look for it. Because it's been a long number of hours. This over here can get dug down. This can get deconstructed. This top half one's going to get deconstructed next. You're going to get constructed. All these can be finished. Most of the dwarves are putting stuff in bins or putting away owned items. The mayor's getting reelected. Leaving a single artifact door standing in the middle. You know what's probably actually going to happen, Pixel Fox, is they're going to try and destroy the door. And then just stand directly in front of the door, trying to destroy it, but they can't because it's an artifact. And they'll just stand there. And then some unrelated entity is going to just walk up and just knock down the wall. And they'll still be standing there trying to knock the door down. How's the fortress going? Pretty good, Bjorn. Bjorn of Thunderlot! That's the most dwarfy name I've heard in a minute. Wonder how much thickness is considered a wall with the siege update? I don't know. You'd have to ask Tarn that question. All I have to say is we have to get Tarn on stream like a week before that next update comes up. Did you just catch a forgotten beast using a lever? No, I caught a forgotten beast by making it eat a peacock. It's either that or a turkey in most of those spots, Batome. Could you just use doors and lock them? That is not fun enough. I mean, I could use doors and just lock them, but there's things that can destroy doors. Admittedly, they're not all that common, but... Which is why I'm using the artifact door, because, you know, it's less likely to get broken. I did nothing of the sort. You're projecting. Zavi. The beast was hungry, and I put food there. It's that simple. I know. Oh, I'm aware. I can tell. It's okay. I will also say that this is kind of just my sense of humor. I'm not like making it seem like... I'm not trying to make it seem like you need to stop. I'm just... You are desperately trying to make me respond to your childish sense of humor, and I am rejecting it at all costs. And I find that very funny. So, hopefully you do too. You eat ice cubes? That's really bad for your teeth, man. So you're telling me that you're a aging rapper who's now just doing any acting gig somebody hands to him in exchange for a paycheck? And with such great pieces of dialogues as in such as my own son is hacking the government? I can't believe it. Sounds right. All right, just good to know. You watched that film? It was sigh. I have a question. Was it better or worse than Don't Look Up? Because that movie was atrocious, and my mom loved it, and I don't know how to feel about it. Hey, if you were actually Ice Cube, that would be incredible. I'm not gonna lie. Was he? I don't know. That sounds right, Kenton. I don't even know what that is, Radis. Speaking of immature, somebody in the YouTube chat says boobs. So, you know, Leave it to the YouTube chat to one up Twitch chat. Oh, T was in that? Okay, sorry. I apologize for confusing Ice Cube and Ice T, but they have somewhat similar names. See, true immature people type in boobies like it was on a calculator, okay? That's all I have to say. What's up, Bubba's? There you go. You did it right, enemy. There you go, Thunderlot. How long do I usually let a world generate? It varies. And then I usually play the world for, like, months. So... those who know, know. Neil Thorne. Those who know, know. It's time to start at year 2? Yeah, I don't recommend doing that. Just because your world will be kind of dead and will never really get going. Outside of, like, Mega Beasts and Titans. Not bad for adventuring, but... if you're planning to play primarily Fortress mode, I find very young worlds to be a little dull. I need at least, like, 20 years of history in the world for me to be super intrigued by it. Okay, let's do that and do that. Based on the lore logs you've read? Sure, but the thing is, like, that early on in the world, a lot of things haven't happened yet and can't happen. When World Gen stops, a lot of things become inaccessible. As an example, like, a lot of goblin civs won't really exist because they need to be created by a demon. Ah. The rock, Itta, Thili, Kareme, Thale has come, a bird of prey so large and ferocious that it dwarfs many dragons. What are you saying a dragon is like a dwarf? Because that's pretty cool. It has mighty wings. All beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. And where is it? I really want to catch it. This is where I wish I had a pause all jobs chat. This is gonna take a while. I want to catch it. I want it to be my pet. And I can't do that unless I do this. And now I need to get the dwarves inside. Like now. Ah, jeez. Well, that's kind of annoying. It's got too many ways in, and I don't have enough cage traps. comes Dwayne. I may have to just kill it. The cat lady, Burton, is fighting with the great bird of prey. We're gonna have to kill it. Just gonna cancel that. Gonna well, that's already been pulled. Just open it again. So where did you hit it? Because it seems like it's pretty injured. The Dire strikes the rock with a steel pick, grabs her with the leg, drops her, grabs her again, and loses the grip. The Dire strikes it a second time, fracturing the skull, hits it in the head. Did the cat hit it? Please tell me the cat hit it. Oh my god. The cat bites the rock in the upper body, denting the skin and bruising it! Because the rock bit it. So you bite her pet cats and she ends you. I'm gonna send the Mark Swerves out here. But she's no longer winning the fight as much, but she's managed to make it nauseous. She managed to make it nauseous by striking the rock in the lower body with her steel pick, tearing the muscle and tearing the guts. And has now moved away, is in a lot of pain after her ability to her ability to stand has been lost and her ability to grasp has been somewhat impaired. But she moves back in to go take another hit. Continuing to fight with the Great Beast, now strikes the rock with her steel pick, tearing the muscle and the liver. The cat lady, once again, who has 5 pet cats, backs off once more. The rock is still vomiting. Now it's overexerted. The cat jumps back in to continue assisting. Chat, if this cat kills the rock, I swear. Dwarf is in a lot of pain. The rock took another heavy hit from that steel pick. Dire strikes it. The Dire strikes it again in the head with her steel pick, fracturing the skull. An artery has been opened. And the rock has fallen. Please tell me it was one of the cats. Nope. Very disappointing. Did the cat lady get it? She did. I have to say, congrats to the old cat lady here. You did a great job, Burton. You did a great job. Striking it in the head with her pick. The injured part is cloven asunder. But can I just talk about how funny it is that the dwarf that killed the rock was a cat lady? Was the dwarf that really likes cats? But we're gonna just real quick run out here and recover the wounded. Cat needed it. Dude, the cat tried. The cat bit it multiple times. In fact, the cat bruised it. He's just like this with birds, with just trying to murder every single thing that flutters and chirps. I'm so happy that this dwarf is surviving. Holy shit. Except, actually, I'm going to make this into a steel bridge. I got to start practicing for, you know, needing better materials for things. And let's follow the wounded. But first, let's just go here. Sigh. You bought a bird feeder on a pole, right, for Mr. Cat to see from his favorite window. Entertainment for hours. Oh, that's, yeah, fair. I've been thinking about getting a hummingbird feeder. A bunch of my neighbors have hummingbird feeders. And in this building, you're allowed to have bird feeders, but they kind of don't like it. Like, it's discouraged that if you want to get one, please get a hummingbird feeder. And so a bunch of my neighbors have hummingbird feeders, and I see so many hummingbirds. It's like, man, I should get me a hummingbird feeder. Let's see. Diagnosis required, crutch required. Her left hand is cut open. Her left lower arm is cut open. Her left lower leg is cut open. Her left knee is mangled beyond recognition. What's this dwarf's mining skill? Novice? Really? My god. Feels fondness after interacting with a pet after being rescued. This dwarf has been rescued and still managed to pet their cat at some point. They're a dyer, though, not a chef. JC Page. The Forgotten Beast, Shotum, has come. A towering quadruped composed of vomit. Yuck. And it has 2 stubby tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison gases. I wonder why. That doesn't look anything. If your vomit is blue, you have a problem. All right, let's just follow this dwarf. They're definitely helping weave a pretty good story. Dr. Silk is coming over here to do the gerb. Diagnosis patient. So, needs setting, probably stitches. Crutch required, needs dressings. Stitches, bone setting. They'll heal through this, I think. Got him dressing wounds, grab sheep's wool cloth. In fact, very fancy dyed sheep's wool cloth. Now just need stitches. I do have a surgeon, right? Yes, I do. Bagged moisture is my surgeon. Oh, you're giving water? Okay. I'm gonna go clean those wounds, I suppose. Feels pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. What item did you put? Oh, hold on. Do you feel pleasure because they used exceptional quality cloth? My god. This dwarf feels pleasure after getting exceptional quality cloth used as a dressing. Like, my god, the quality of this fabric is amazing! On their, like, mangled knee. And torn open wrists. They're just like, this is the highest quality silk. And just below, the turkeys are clucking. That's just funny. Got another dwarf dressing a wound. Feels more pleasure after putting on exceptional quality items. Back to making radish dye. Just needs one more dressing now, because you got your stitches. And then you just need your crutch. And then I think that's everything. Now you got your crutch and you're up and standing. Now you're going to go get some new clothes, because, you know, nothing like defeating a rock says time for a new set of clothing like defeating a rock. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, well, time to go Get a new set of shorts. I also have to say that I appreciate the fact that she's going to her bedroom to put on a new pair of pants and is currently getting swarmed by dogs. Yeah, no, she's just like changing her shirt and her pants. I guess they got destroyed by the rock. Maybe shoes too. Now, where's her bedroom? That's the next question. Which one's that? Oh, that's Zhang. Staffglee. And Zhang sounds like a pretty good cat name, actually. It's like naming a cat Zoom. My uncle used to have a cat named Speedy, so... I'm dying. Tell my wife this cloth is awesome. I mean, she's not married to anybody, so I can't tell her wife that this cloth is awesome. But I could tell her cats. There you go. Just grabbing old tunic. And wants to go drink. And is learning how to walk with a crutch. So... I have several questions. This dwarf is walking on a crutch in her right hand, but she's also wielding a pick in her right hand. So she's like kind of walking like this. I guess she has to keep a hand free to pet her cats, right? That's the only theory that I've got here. It's like when I realized earlier in this fort today that one of my soldiers was wielding a sword and a shield in the same hand because his other hand wasn't there anymore, like just was missing a hand. So it was like was wielding a sword and a shield in both hands. Oh yeah, true. Could be using could be using the pickaxe to help stabilize the crutch. That's definitely sure. A surefire thing that could definitely be a thing. All right. This is all getting done slowly. That is the wrong button. And the last little bit of it. So for the most part, I have to say that I've pretty successfully made an entrance. I might actually round it off a bit over there. That once this drawbridge is done, I'll be able to completely flood with lava pretty easily. And all I really need to do is put a drawbridge over here somewhere. And then I can also do things like, you know, set up a Marks Dwarf tower up here or something, or maybe even up here. There's all sorts of fun stuff we can do. But chat, it's 6:30, and you know what that means? It means I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. Streams are getting longer again. The sun's going down earlier. Nature is healing. Tomorrow we'll be streaming same time. Same stream. Time for a beer. I don't actually have any beer in my apartment right now. Maybe I'll go buy some. I don't know. Long one today? Yeah. Traditionally, my streams used to consist